And welcome to HBFT Gaming. I'm HBFT, and we are back again with Warhammer 40k Mechanicus II. Now, we suffered a bit of an internet outage there, so my apologies. We are back. So I would imagine that there aren't any bunnies here yet, but for those that are, or if you're catching this in the future, that's why we were out. So we're starting about 30 minutes late. I apologize, but you know, we will go a little bit later to compensate. So thank you again for showing up. So now, the last time that we played, we were actually, you know, our Pharaon perished. He was taken out by Necron politics, and now we are picking up the torch, so to speak. We're kind of having to balance our, I guess, outward fealty and loyalty to different Eupatridae, which are the generals and advisors to the Pharaon's, the former Pharaon's dynasty, the Sankhotep dynasty. And we have been given the task to actually seek out and acquire some kind of vault or secret weapon, almost like Voltron or something like that. So I'm really interested in seeing what kind of secret weapon that the Necron could possibly have, because they already seem incredibly powerful. Hey Thrake, good to see ya. High five. Yes, so thank you for the well wishes. We were out of action there, and I couldn't even access cell service, so I had to use different accounts to try to get the news out. So I'm glad we're back. Yeah, hope everything's all right. Stay blessed. Thank you so much, Jonathan, and welcome. Happy Thursday. Well, without further ado, we kind of left off where we were gonna go and focus on a brand new lord. But first, thank you so much for the redemption of the Nura Helmet 2.0. I really appreciate it. High five. Yeah, we were kind of focusing on a second lord, because so far we've started to work on Heki, and there are 5 lords in total. Heki is one of the 5. Now, Heki's focused around support, healing, buffing, things like that, and he seemed like a good pick for sustained engagements, so we've already kind of invested in his tree. And we've had to pick a second lord, because every time you use a lord in a critical mission, then they kind of need to recover and take a turn off, right? So that means we need another lord so we can cycle between the two in order to invest in them. Not that we're not going to invest in everyone else, but you know, it makes sense to focus and have some really strong combat focused lords and other ones that can do other things throughout the course of our campaign. So we were choosing our second lord to focus on, and there's 4. There's Phacon. He seems to be kind of well-rounded. He places debuffs on people, and then he's got access to advanced units earlier than some of the other lords out there. We've got Ominek, who's the master of Dominion. It seems like the Necron, they thrive on pushing their Dominion level forward by dealing damage or other means, and then when they got higher Dominion levels, they do more things. It unlocks new capabilities for existing, I guess, abilities and skills and weapon attacks and stuff like that. But it also is used as a currency. In this case, you can spend Dominion levels to attack, use AoEs, and things like that. So Ominek is the king of Dominion. He rises the fastest on the Dominion level. We've also got Amuka. He's melee focused, and he's melee focused. And then 4th on the list is the basis. He's got a big old shield, Lich Guard, and he's more defensively focused with a provoke. So he's kind of like a tank, right? So after thinking about it long and hard, because we had a bit of a tie at the end of the last stream, after thinking about it long and hard, I realized that we're the Bunny League. And even though in my mind, certain things make more practical sense, the bunnies are all about DFA. So as per the name of this stream, we're going to be focusing on melee. That's right, with Amuka. So I have chosen Amuka as our next point of focus. So he actually has the Triarch Praetorian, and I've actually spent some points and living metal in order to upgrade his units. So right now I've taken the Triarch Praetorian, haven't used them yet. We're focusing on their HP because it seems like a safe one to start with. And then we're also going to get agility so that they are not the subjects of attacks of opportunity. I would imagine that if we're melee focused, we're going to want to be able to move around the battlefield very quickly, and we're going to be up close and personal with everybody. I don't want to get free attacks of opportunity for the enemy as we're moving around, right? So I figured that's a great choice. There's 2 others out here. One is Last Strike. So if we go down, if we die, we can hit if we're in range at whoever attacked us. That seemed kind of niche, kind of nice, but kind of niche. So I figured, you know, I don't plan. Hopefully we won't die. And then the third choice is aggressive defense, which I really, really like. When an enemy unit moves into melee range, you can strike at them. Now, as I understand it, attacks of opportunity are limited per turn. By default, it's 1 per turn, so one person moves to you, you can attack them once, if they can even be attacked at all, because some people might have agile as well. So I figured I would make us agile, and that's where we started. So that's what we got going on. We're going to be using Amuka as our second lord. Obviously, I said earlier we've got Heki as our other, and then we're going to use the other 3 as our sort of like promotive lords that do side tasks. So on that note, let's get into the next on the critical path, and that is grave goods. Travel to the coordinates given by Sankhotep, that is our pharaoh, as his final command. So we're going to be utilizing Amuka in order to exercise his will. Here we go.
Never shot chafe at remaining silent in the face of Sankhotep's murderers. The usurpers assumed her obedience, but her loyalty was still to the pharaoh. I alone had her confidence. She traveled in secret to the coordinates Sankhotep had transmitted to her, ready to fulfill his last command.
How close now, Cryptek?
Our destination draws near, Honored Vargard. There, that structure up ahead.
Voltron is inside. The mighty morphing Necron Megazord.
Ruins of Necron origin, but defaced by a human settlement. Once more, the alien savages make themselves a vexation. Let us cleanse this place of their vandalism.
Wait, they got here first? Who told them? Either the Adeptus Mechanicus is agents everywhere and this whole world is just saturated with them and we're completely outnumbered, which didn't sound like the case from previous conversations with the Nemesaur, but my goodness, how are they here? They, like I said, they've either saturated the whole planet or they know something. And if they know something, how? Because it seemed like it was the Pharaoh's last dying breath and it was a secret to even the Eupatridae, so I'm really curious if they just got lucky or they detected something. So we've got grave goods. We're just gonna play it safe, just get some living metal because you never know how high the vigilance is going to rise, and we're gonna head on in. Let's do this. So we get some choices. Definitely want the Triarch Praetorian. They've got judgment from on high or death from above. They can jump to a target location and inflict damage on units in adjacent cells. If the Dominion level rises, it deals +1 damage at 3, 5, and 7. So eventually they're going to dive in, and I think at max they'll be at 3 to 5 damage on an AoE around them, which is amazeballs. They've got a particle caster pistol, which will bypass armor and defense, so they get straight to the health. And then they've got a void blade to drop defenses, and on higher Dominion levels, destroy armor, which makes them incredibly great as a first strike unit. And then we send in everyone else with multi-swing attacks and stuff like that, now that the shields are gone and the defenses are reduced, right? So we're going to get our Triarch Praetorians. We'll definitely get the Immortals. These are the ones with the Tesla carbine, so we can actually chain through and kill people in multitudes. And then we've got our Canoptek Wraiths, the ones that pass through obstacles and can fly. And I suppose between the warriors, since they've got range and resilience, let's go in and pick them up, and we'll get one flayed one, so that if the enemy is under half health, it's going to start trashing people. We've got, as a passive, we also have a command protocol, the Tireless Guardian, in effect, which allows us to remove statuses, positive and negative, so that since we're melee focused, we constantly need to close the gap. I figured it'd be a nice one to get us out of burning or ticks or radiation, stuff like that. Yeah, you underestimate how fast and how far humanity can spread. Hey, Tank. Yes, I do, apparently. Apparently I do. And the Adeptus Mechanicus, apparently they're the bunnies of the Imperium. They can spread very quickly and very far. Fulfill Sankhotep's final command. Yes, destroy the humans, get the secret weapons, and save all of Necronity. Is it Necronity or is it... There's like humanity, and I'm assuming this is Necronity or living metality. Oh, living Metallica, my goodness. Living Metallica. Living Mechanicus, let's go. Amuka must survive, kill all enemy units. Okay, if we look at the field right now, That's a lot of servitors. So the problem with servitors is that they bypass defenses and they bypass, well, they bypass defenses and I think also armor potentially, but I don't remember about the armor part. We've got Skitarii Rangers and they seem entrenched in different places. So 4 Skitarii Rangers and a buttload of servitors, and we are fully melee focused. So let's dive off to the right side, cut the Rangers off, kite the servitors to us, and chain into them with our Tesla carbines. How about that? So we're gonna go in and get Immortals with the Tesla carbines to start to thin out the herd to the left. Amoka is gonna start charging the Rangers to the right because we want to get in their face. And if we want to get in their face, let's DFA them. We'll get our new Praetorians, and then we will also get Canoptech Wraiths, which are very difficult to stop as they push forward and fly across the battlefield. So I do want them a little bit farther forward, so maybe I'll actually orient him in the front so that he can just dive forward and start slashing as many of these Rangers as possible. And let's go. Yeah, I don't think they bypass armor. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If you'll notice, our Praetorians, they've got armor but no defenses. Amoka has defenses but no armor, and then our Canoptech Wraith has armor and defense, and then our Immortals have armor as well. So let's do this. Yeah, is there an upgrade for the chain gun thing to increase range? I got it. I did. I actually picked that up. Obviously it's not, oops, I didn't mean to do that. It still bounced 2. So I've been watching the replay, and I think the way this works is it means it can bounce to 2 targets. It doesn't mean that it bounces in a radius of 2. So the Tesla carbine, it says bounce 2, also affects the closest unit within 2 range of the target. So obviously 2 tile radius, but I've noticed it also bounces 2. So I'm curious if we ever get a bounce 3, if that's going to dive off into another target outside of that. And I think that includes the cover. So that's going to be pretty important. Yeah. All right, you got the job, no. Oh, heck yes, Arceus, congratulations. High five. Happy Thursday indeed. That is such good news. I'm so happy for you, man. Hopefully you're feeling good. Hopefully you're feeling great. I know I would be. Azicus, good to see ya. High five. And if you're joining us right now, we are currently just taking a look at the next Lord who has DFA units. So we are getting right into the thick of things right now. So no idea who to attack. It looks like most of the servitors can't reach us in our current deployment state, so we're going to focus primarily on the Skitarii Rangers. We do have a Wraiths. They can't pass in a range yet. I guess I will... What about Amoka? Amoka can charge. What about... Like, if I want to get back here, here's the DFA. Judgment from on high. Okay, so I can DFA anywhere in this radius. It's pretty wide, and I can apparently hit this Ranger. I can move, but I've kind of blocked myself in. What if I use someone who's a little closer? I can jump a little farther. Nice. Okay, so what if I DFA and get into cover at the same time? So Triarch Praetorian, death from above. Oh my... Oh my god, hit him. Nail it, there it is. Engage him. Okay, so enemy down. Oh my god, wow, this guy is, he's right up our alley is what this guy is. Wow, this guy's amazeballs. So could he do that all the time? Like, that guy's dead. He doesn't stand a chance. What is that? I'll be going back into gardening and old employee. That's awesome, man. Well, it's always nice when you have a job that allows you to get a little exercise and a little air. It's like a way of getting a 2-for-1. And I find that the older that I get, I know I said older, the older that I get, it's nice when you can do something and you can get 2 benefits out of it instead of just 1 thing at a time. It's like efficiency for your actions. Just like this guy who efficiently dispatches all of the Rangers in the turn. All right, new guy. Okay, so I mean, he's still shooting us in the face. Shot us for 3, but our armor mitigated 1 damage out there. Yeah. Hey, hey, Goblin. High five. Happy Thursday. You're joining us right now. We're currently dashing into the face of our enemies and crushing them. Eat this, Amoka. Smack him. Apparently, he's going next, so that's gonna suck for him when he tries to run. Negatory negated. Request to leave denied. All right, how far can we go? So I know I can jump out like this with our other Triarch, but if I dash forward like this, can I? Okay, first of all, we can fly. I forgot about that, right? Is it fly? Actually, it doesn't say he can fly, so I guess he just sort of floats. I can still DFA. I can. Oh my God! Wow, we're so mobile. All right, here, go here. Okay, so, okay, 0 damage. It's 0 to 2, but I can still hit him. Eat this. Defenses are down. Eat this. Pistol to the face. Defenses down. In turn. Wow, he could go so far. Yeah, DFA. Hey, Bunny Hedger. High five, indeed. Yeah, we were all over the place. Okay, well, let's stay on it. Stay on it. Canoptech Wraith. We're going to focus primarily. We have Dominion level 2 now, so we can actually close that gap. So let's go ahead and move with the Wraith. We just need to pressure the Rangers. Let's move. We're going to go ahead. Can I? I can't attack it, unfortunately. I was hoping I could destroy the cover, but I didn't realize I can't melee cover, but I can definitely shoot it. So I guess we're just going to sit here for the moment. We'll see what he does. Servitor pushes, doesn't make contact. And let's start using our Tesla carbines with bounce too. So we're just going to keep hiding back with our immortals and sending the burn. Well, actually, can I? No, I'm not going to chain through that. Chain through these. Nice. This is the right team for the job is what this is. This is a la perfection. It's parfait. What's this overgrown face hugger? That would be us. Oh, look at the Dominion levels rising. Dominion level 3 already. Just keep it up. This is the most aggressive. The most aggressive Necron Lord there is Amuka. Remember the name, you guys. Wraith form it up. Yeah, pass through his body and take his life. Eat that. There it is. Engage with claws. There it is. See you run now, buddy. Enemy down. There it is. Line him up. Knock him down. That's the way, just like Bellwood. All right, so this guy's out there. Very dangerous. Keep pulling back. Pull back. Engage. Engage. Send it. Servitor is down. Beautiful. All right, keep up the pressure. Keep up the pressure. Back it up. Back it up. And what's his range? Doesn't have it. Engage. There it is. Good kill. Too slow, guy. Too slow. You're running berserk, unable to do anything. And the cool thing is, we did get agile. That allows us to move in and out of melee without issue. So we can actually just dash around the field without a care. But we care. We just care about absolute damage and dominance. Eat that. Oh, there it is. Excellent. All right, so unfortunately we weren't able to take him down. He will get a strike, and he does. Oh, nice. Well, the armor, you're right. It bypasses defense, but not our armor. That's fantastic. Well, who else is ready? Amuka doesn't have the charge. Can't attack here. Triarch Praetorians actually still really, really mobile, despite the cooldown on DFA. We can go ahead and get the melee strike. Shot to finish. Crush the armor if there was any left. Particle caster right to the face, just like that. Mark him on the timeline in the turn. This is so much faster. Oh, we actually get access to the Tachyon arrow. Eat. Oh, am I going to hurt my own? I don't think so. Oh, yeah, that guy's... This is so much faster than the other lords. This is ludicrous. Here, have a little extra on the Lord himself. Wow. Okay, game over.
They claim to be seekers of knowledge, these Adeptus Mechanicus.
Oh my God.
They have the conceit to think they could unravel our secrets with this mindless desecration. Let us reach the entrance to the ruins before they can befoul its interior as well.
Hey, Savax, good to see you. Happy Thursday. High five. Normalcy has been restored. That's right. Don't forget to curse. I sent a hydrate that I think you missed. Oh, you did, and I apologize. Thank you so much for the redemption. I actually have some coffee. I've been a little sleepy, so this should be helpful. Thank you very much. And I actually don't have the curse on this guy. I'd have it on Heki, but I will definitely, we can equip a curse if we want to in the future. I've just chosen to focus on being able to clear negative status effects, and being able to heal ourselves passively at the end of the turn for Amoka. You were busy with all of the murder. Necron crushing it. That was fast. Yeah, this is much faster than the other. They had in the description that he's a melee-focused, explosive, and dynamic lord with a focus on aggressive support. I must say, emphasis on aggressive. They're super in your face and they do not relent. Generate 10 dominion. No need to use our secondary option to reduce vigilance and sacrifice a Triarch Praetorian. I don't think so. And confirm. Let's go. Looks like we've got one more battle after this.
The entrance to the ruins lies ahead and remains intact. Unsurprisingly, the invaders' primitive technology could not breach its doors.
My Vargard, their communications are crude and fragmented.
The Kerbanok bunny.
I believe a substantial rabble has mustered to oppose us. You will have to fight through them to reach the entrance.
I mean, fine. That's kind of what Amoka does, right?
They will not stop me from what Sankhotep wished me to find. In their ignorance, they die.
I mean, it's probably some... I mean, like, what classifies as a Necron super weapon? I mean, they've already got Gauss Reapers and Gauss Cannons and big blades and teleportation and reanimation. What could possibly be in this vault that's a super weapon, right? That will turn the tide of the war, that is the secret of the Sankhotep dynasty. Like, what could it possibly be other than the Necron Voltron, right? It's gotta be. Nefershah swiftly planned her assault on the human dig site. Several potential routes to victory presented themselves. They had weapons that could cause stars to supernova. Yeah, okay, that's a little more powerful than I was thinking, but never mind. Okay, they take power to a whole new level. I forgot this is 40k, my bad. Thank you, Goblin. Set the expectations right on the money. All right, so we got assault, risky. Risk elements of the Necron force in attacking the site head on, devastating your enemy with the suddenness of the assault. I think we've got that already without needing to push it. On envelop, command parts of the force to surround the site and thus attack from multiple angles at once. I like the sound of that. That sounds awesome. This army composition seems to thrive in the chaos and just getting in the thick of things like assault marines of some kind. Dismay. Fill the human communications with interference, risking early discovery in return for the enemy being scattered and ill-coordinated. I want envelop. Just get it from every angle. Do not let them... Just unrelenting pressure. Let's go.
Ever-cunning Nefershah sent warriors to encircle the dig site. At her order, the whole force opened fire, catching the enemy in a crossfire before they knew they were under attack.
Darn straight, it's the code for Windows Update, because you know the AdMech probably run on Windows Vista. Yeah, war crimes. Necrons invented war crimes in the Warhammer 40k universe. You have raised your vigilance by 1, but you have an additional deployment zone on next skirmish. So if we can get closer already, that minimizes the amount of time that we've got to spend closing the gap. So that sounds perfect. Additional deployment zones. Let's crush the enemy from every angle possible and just get in their face. So I'm thinking Triarch Praetorians. I'm thinking all-out Canoptek raids. I'm thinking Amoka in the middle.
The humans cannot possibly understand the importance of this site. They send their paltry troops to intercept us. Cut them down and spare this world the consequences of their ignorance.
Oh wow, consequence of ignorance. Kill all enemy units. Amoka must survive. So we've got Rangers, so we know what to do with them. Get close, smack them in the face. What the heck is this? Lee Sterilizer. Like pterodactyl sterilizer? I mean, it kind of has legit. I mean, that's the Mechanicus cog, right? That's like the cog of the Omnissiah. I have never seen these before. Is this an actual model in game? They're like the swooping hawks from the Eldar, except Mechanicus and very Leonardo da Vinci. I don't know why they're called a sterilizer, but I guess we'll find out. And then, oh boy, we've got these guys. Sicarian Ruststalkers with dodge, with defense, with like 7 health, with 2 blades that just cut through everything. Really, really nasty stuff. Max damage straight to your health. So let's just stay away from those guys. push the range. We are melee after all, so we actually have a new deployment zone over here, so that's perfect. So I guess who's going to be right in their face? I could get Amoka already over here, and then I could also get a Canoptek right here just to pressure each of these rangers. We'll get another one, and then I will get Triarch Praetorian on this side, and we're going to be as far away from their melee as possible as we just dash in and just decimate them as quickly as we are able. Although I guess it might help us if we did have a Canoptek Wraith out this way. Although I don't know if I can guarantee I'll be far enough away from the Ruststalker, but I'll figure that one out. Do I want to? I should get someone to pressure that guy, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to rely on the Triarch Praetorian to be able to close the gap from a safer starting position. Let's group up here and then move, yeah? Their winged Skitarii, tech guard of Adeptus Mechanicus. Oh, really? Man, I'm so glad the bunnies are here. I wouldn't have known. So we here, I probably want to stick to range. I'm going to use standard Necron warriors with extra range. Let's do this, yeah?
I obey.
All right, so we've got to choose a good place to be. So I'm going to go ahead and get Amoka. If I charge in, I want to end up right in between them. I do have Dominion level 2 right off the bat. So, well, actually it doesn't really matter because I can be right here. So I'm gonna push right in between two of them. Let's smack one. I see he's next on the timeline. He's going to have to move, get an attack of opportunity from him. I was thinking of charging through, but if I do that, I won't get the attack of opportunity here. So what I could do... Nope, I think I'm going to stay in place. I'm going to stay in place. So I'm just going to tuck over like this and stay right here and end the turn. Because he'll try to move. And we get a little more Dominion for the side, yeah? Steam dropping. Oh, I hope not. I hope not. I was having some outages earlier, so hope not. Yeah. Hey, Sebastien, high five. That's a poultry troop. Oh, they're like chickens? Someone forgot to pray to the Omnissiah. Yeah, that guy definitely did not pray. So what's the range on the Ruststalkers on the other side of the battlefield? What's the range of their flyer? I gotta assume that this guy can do a jumping attack, kind of like our DFA. So is there a way that we could close that gap? I could move here, see if I can't pressure him. Let's go ahead and move the Triarch Praetorian and stay on top of him. I assume he wants to stay farther away. We're too far. I can't make it. So I'm going to have to go to somebody else. I can't quite reach this guy, so I'm going to have to... This guy will have to suffice. So let's move right here. There it is. God, I love this guy. Eat that and eat this. They're so good. All right, Ruststalkers try to close the gap. Kunya deployed right behind him in the green square. The green square, unfortunately, is not a deployment zone, but I believe Jonathan said yesterday you can stand at a console and scan it and get extra stuff, and you can destroy it in order to prevent or reduce reinforcements. I think it's something along those lines. So you need to move a unit to the green square in order to take an additional action. I haven't done that yet, but we'll find out for sure. We'll definitely for science it at some point. Let's see, if we're pressuring, let's just stay on top of those who we can reach, hit this ranger, and then pass through him and take his life. Excellent. End turn. Tries to move and dies for the effort. That's incredible. That is incredible. I really like the aggression of this team. All right, Necron warrior. We can only move so far, so let's keep pushing towards the pterodactyl, and we'll shoot that guy. Executed. End turn. Scan first, then destroy.
Scythe them down.
Okay, so he did not jump like I thought. So, okay, can we reach him? Sort of. So what I can do, who else do we have? We've got our Triarch. We can't jump right out, so let's move a little closer. And then we're going to DFA the bird, the pterodactyl, from the rear. He did have defenses, and if he still had them, they would be down. Execute him. Enemy down. Beautiful. These guys are terrifying. Oh my god. Okay, who's left? Just these guys? Okay, everyone form up. I was gonna say form a gun line, but there ain't no gun line to form. Just be ready to receive. Can the big boss okay our side dash through the boxes? Oh, that's a great question. I don't know if he can go through the boxes. if we take a look at their movement, they're not going to hit us, and they're melee only. There's just 2 right there. So maybe we should see if we can't access this console. So we're going to fly to the console. I don't know if it needs to be our boss who activates it. When I'm looking, it looked like he pressed it just automatically. Did anyone see that? There's no longer a green square here, so I think he actually clicked on it. Yeah, that's interesting. Be careful, reinforcements. Oh, okay. Doesn't this slow down reinforcements? Take that, reinforcements. Anyone should be able to do it. Seems like they did. Okay, hang tight. These guys are coming in. We just need to relocate. Start pressuring with the Necron warrior, yeah? Aftermath of the Necron super weapon. Oh, the hiccup, EMP pulse, your internet connection. We had something like that too before the stream, which was really, really unfortunate.
I am the blade.
Well, I know these guys have defenses, so let's go ahead. Since this guy already committed, we're just going to go ahead and move. We're going to use the Void Blade to drop his defenses so it's easier to attack him. So hit that guy. Armor is crushed. Defenses are down. Blast him to hell. He dodges, but he gets 1 more dodge after that. I believe it's 2 dodges maximum per unit per turn. So that ate one of the 15%ers. We're going to go ahead and just double check the movement. He can't get us if we're on the diagonal, so we're just going to move right on the edge. And we'll try to use our 2x2 attacks. So we swing twice. Hopefully one will negate or draw out one of the dodges. They did not, but we dealt damage instead. That's perfect. And the turn. And then we can actually take Amulka. I guess we can, yep, we can move in and then charge him and end his life. High five. Okay, looking good so far, guys. Looking good. And then we'll just stack up, ready to go. When that guy comes closer, he's going to feed himself to the wraiths. Oh, look. So close, yet so far. So close, yet so far. So that ate up one of his 2 dodges. He did not dodge that one. Dodge this. He dodged for the... You dodged for the last time, Sicarian Ruststalker.
I ask only that the enemy is within my
All right, come back in. Now smack him a good solid one. Eat that. Beautiful. Excellent. And then now we get a guaranteed kill because he no longer can dodge. Dodge this. High five. God, these are so efficient.
This was just the first of the scavengers. They are redirecting nearby troops to intercept us.
What sorcery is this? I tune in and you're DFAing someone in 40k. Only the Bunny League. Yes, welcome, Mike. And if you're joining us just right now, we chose the Lord specifically because his units were good at DFAing people. That was my only thought process there. Yeah, I don't normally do melee focused stuff, but in Warhammer 3, you know, I'm always like shooting from afar. Here we're getting in everyone's face and hoping we're aggressive enough it's going to be okay. Yeah. If I was designing a game, this would be a mission where I would drop anti-melee reinforcements. Well, I'm glad you did not design this game so that we can keep playing.
They want the secrets of this place. It does not matter. They will never learn them.
Wow, truer words have never been spoken. They will never learn them. That's exactly the creed of Amulka, the unending. The greatest warriors the foe could muster approached to intercept our royal guard. Nevershaw readied her forces to receive the enemy. Wait, I thought we already did the last fight. If you look at the bottom here, we filled up this whole bar. There's no more. Orthodoxy. Employ the ancient standards of Necron warfare. Stand firm in prepared positions to blunt the enemy advance. We're not exactly standard. We're sort of super aggressive and we dive into people, so standing still and letting them approach from range doesn't seem smart. Encirclement. Send portions of your royal guard forward to catch the approaching foe in a murderous crossfire. I mean, again, circle the enemy. I like that. And countercharge. Meet the enemy head-on, leading from the front in a devastating charge. You know what? I still like approaching from different angles. We're not invincible. Let's do it.
The royal guard deployed along
We need Necron bagpipes.
fire on them from multiple angles. Though their trap was successful, their movements attracted more humans who threw themselves mindlessly into the assault.
Wait, does that have gameplay effects? It says additional deployment zone next skirmish, but you're also fighting against additional enemies. the more to kill then, right? The more to kill. I mean, this has got to be the last fight, right? The more to kill. So far, just being aggressive has worked for us, so let's just stick with a plan. DFA out of nowhere, that's right, out of nowhere. We're coming in from above all the time. And the cool thing is, the more Dominion that we've got, the more damage that it does, right? It's +1 damage at 3, 5, and 7. And I believe at this point we start with, I think we've like Dominion level 3. Oh my god. Okay, so no one behind us. It looks like we've got a pterodactyl here. We have infiltrator princeps. I'm assuming that's like a sergeant or something. So this is a special infiltrator. So those are the ones with the electric goads. I believe those do defense down. And then they've got a pistol that shoots like a macro stubber. It shoots a bunch of times, if I recall. We've got another infiltrator. I mean, I know his abilities. I don't know the princeps abilities. I'm assuming he's special. We've got another infiltrator and another. So 3 infiltrators, and this one is special. He's the princeps. Don't want to be in melee. That sucks. We've got, I guess, a total of 3 pterodactyls. 1, 2, 3. 3 standard infiltrators, 1 special infiltrator, and 2 rangers. So if we can take out the rangers, then we don't have to worry about them generating cognition from afar. So we'll want to pressure that. We do have a deployment zone on this side, so, you know, getting in and start slashing them with the Canoptic Wraiths maybe is a good plan. So I'm going to get a Canoptic Wraith over here. I will get 1 Triarch Praetorian over here. Do I want to approach? I could get another Canoptic Wraith in order to pressure this pterodactyl. So we'll get him on the corner. We can pass through cover with Wraith form now that we're starting at a higher Dominion level. Amoka probably needs a little... I mean, they seem to group up a lot, so maybe getting an Immortal out there would be awesome. And I guess getting another Triarch Praetorian would be awesome, despite the fact that we are currently injured, and I might want to get Amoka back and shielded. So let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, here we go. I'm a little unsure, I'll be honest. Okay, so no idea who's first, but there's so many enemies on the field that the moment we take an action, there's going to be 2 actions on their side. So we just have to choose and pressure the range as quickly as possible. So our Canoptic Wraiths, I can push into the Pterodactyl. We can start to pressure them. I could definitely get the Triarch Praetorian in close and start to hammer into the Rangers. I usually feel like the Rangers are going to get shots first, and I don't want to allow them to generate additional cognition for the Adeptus Mechanicus. So we're just going to push up, and we're going to land a DFA right on them. I suppose I'll be closest to the other guys. So we'll just get on this guy who's behind cover. Ain't no cover where you are. Crush his defenses. Up, there it is. And shoot him in the face. Excellent. Enemy down. Beautiful. All right, who's up next? Okay. Pterodactyl on the left. And I haven't seen... I don't like these guys. I don't like these guys. First of all, holy God. So it seems like that's Luminogen, which I believe makes all attack ranges deal maximum damage against a marked target. Is that right? Luminogen, you will always suffer maximum damage from all incoming attacks for 1 turn. So it's a 1-turn duration. We were grouped up, and that's not great against these guys. Note to self. We are now burning. We will suffer 1 damage tick across 1 turn. Okay, that sucks. Well, it's a good thing we do have the ability to cleanse with Tireless Guardian, but it does... I can only really choose 1 unit every 5 units. Remove status effects, positive and negative, so that's a plus. But that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. I guess Amoka still has shields. He can take a tick. This guy already went. Obviously, this guy went. I need someone in the middle there. Can we make it that far? Where's our other... Here's our other Triarch Praetorian. So if I push in this way, I'm going to utilize Tireless Guardian to clear the Luminogen effect against them and the burning. Then they're going to DFA to be right on top of this guy, because I do not want them to do that again. This guy hasn't gone yet. Get on that Pterodactyl. We'll go ahead and smash the guy who's going to go next. Hit him. Defense down. Shoot him again. And I don't know if we're going to be able to land a killing blow, but it should be able to hamper his progress at least. So stay right on it. Nice! High five! Enemy down! Dude, I love these guys. They're so good. They're so good. They're terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. So we got Immortal. We have Amuka and our Wraith and another Wraith. Okay, so our Wraith can move forward, can get a range shot, but that's a last priority at the moment. We're too far on that side. So let's focus here. If this guy already went, we've got all this melee coming in. I guess the Immortal can at least take a shot. Nice thing is the Tesla carbines are assault, so that means that we can shoot and then move if we want to. So we can actually get to work and maybe chain through some of these guys. Nice. We see them on the order. That means the next one is actually this infiltrator back here. They can shoot at range. They're probably going to go after a Praetorian, so let's actually maybe come it around the outside here to force them to come to us. So where are they going? Right for the Triarchs. Defense down. Follow-up shots. 1 damage. And it's to us. Okay, he's not doing well. He's not doing well, but at least Amuka's still alive. We got to kill all these enemies, right? Okay, so let's just stay and pressure these guys. I don't want them getting their way. Is there a way that we can pass through them? He's positioned himself in the perfect spot that I can't use a Wraith form to get an extra point of damage, so we're just going to start hammering away. And just keep up the pressure, just end the turn. We take burn, Luminogen falls off. Melee hit from the pterodactyl, probably because he's in melee. That's awesome, much better than get blasting with that flamer thing. And then it's Amuka and our Canoptech Wraith. I still can't close that gap yet, so I guess Amuka it is. I could try to clear this. I don't want to charge into the middle of all the infiltrators, so I'm going to come around the outside. Boom, get a swing, nail him. And I suppose if we wanted to, we could charge, but I'm accidentally going to hit my own guy, so end the turn. Infiltrators start ganging up on our Praetorians. Defense down. Oh, he blocked damage. We take 1 damage. Wow, they're surprisingly tanky. And then we will just advance as far as we can. Wraith form to close the gap. We're 1 tile away, so range only. And we will send it, I guess, start to burn down the pterodactyls. And his defense is down momentarily, but it will come back on the next turn. Oh, we got 1 health. Wow, we blocked all incoming damage. That was the Princeps. Block all incoming damage. Shot, take 1. God, they're hanging in there. They're hanging in there. So right now, where's all the threat? This guy, the pterodactyl, and then this guy. I should probably try to get in some damage while I can, right? So let's start smacking people. He's got defenses, infiltrator, sterilizer. I mean, I guess I could mark this guy. Let me hit him to drop his defenses, and then we're gonna blast the pterodactyl. There it is. And then just cross your fingers and hold in place. He does have Luminogen, so I'm gonna take Luminogen off. That's a maximum damage roll. I think that worked. Is that right? He no longer has Luminogen, so end the turn. This guy strikes back, hits just shields. This guy strikes the Triarch, deals 1 damage. He's got 1 armor, 1 health left. Oh my god. Okay, Canoptech Wraith. Who else is available? Triarch Praetorian is burning, so he's going to take a tick of damage when he takes his turn, and so he's going to die. The Immortal can chain. Is anyone close in the 2 to 3 damage range? I don't think so. So he'll be able to deal damage, but not kill them, unfortunately. So
I obey.
I could swing. I could clear the pterodactyl, but he already went. This Wraith can leave, but he'll take an attack of opportunity. And then we've got this Wraith who's close by. And the next guy is this infiltrator right in front. And I don't have a... Okay, so it's like checkers. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move out this way. We're going to pass through these guys. So just like checkers, we capture... Oh, he dodged it. We capture that piece, I guess. And then we'll get to work on, I guess... There's the infiltrator. Maybe the... Well, we'll get the standard infiltrator here. He dodged 1 of the attacks. He took 1 damage right there, yeah. Says when adjacent to a console, you have to click it. There should be a scan button. We'll have to see. I didn't see one last time, and it seemed like he was able to click it just fine, but I don't know. I guess this guy's about to die anyway, so let's just start striking before we lose the opportunity. Dodge, and try to deal some damage. Get a little Dominion, and then the burn tick, unfortunately, is going to go. And, oh, we blocked it. We blocked it. And now reanimation. Wow, very, very durable. So apparently the armor blocks the burn tick as well. I did not expect that. That's awesome. I don't think I can move any of the units in this whole mass right here. So I should probably start advancing our mortal. Let's just get in and start frying some people. Ideally, we'd be able to get a little extra value out of this. Yep, that'll do. And the turn. Pterodactyl. Block the damage. 1 health left on this Praetorian. Canoptech Wraith. Just strike this guy. Clear that Pterodactyl. We're moving. And we will, I guess, shift with Wraith form. See if we can't blast someone. The Princeps. Nice! High five. Princeps is down. So the special infiltrator is down. Infiltrator pushes on our new Wraith. I mean, great. Spread the damage. Spread the love. That's fine. That's fine. These guys are really nasty. Okay, we are moving. Let's just push up. We do have the Tachyon arrow. I guess this guy's going next, so let's try to remove him from the field. Nice. I know it's once per skirmish, but sometimes all you need is the once. Sometimes all you need is the once. If we charge, though, I am not close enough, so we'll just hold on to our charge and end the turn yet. Exterminated. So far, so good. So far, so good. We're still sort of fine. So new turn, new turn. Okay, so Triarch Praetorian is in trouble. I can redeploy with a DFA. So let's get him moving before things get really bad. So we're gonna DFA right here. Our Dominion level is now at 5. So as far as I'm aware, Dominion level at 3 and 5 is +1 damage. So that means +2 damage at this jump. So that makes it a 2 to 4 damage range. So at a minimum, it's going to be 2. This guy has defenses of 1. So if I were to hit him with the Void Blade first, clear the defense, we then jump like this, it should clear him. Enemy down. And then we could shoot his friend. Enemy down. They're so good. They're so good. There's the value of this one unit is so strong. Like it's a twofer right there. That's so crazy. Wow, that's awesome. All right, it's our turn now, guys. So who's this infiltrator? Well, I don't think so. You were attacking our guys. That was the wrong thing to do. Let's pass through, maybe trigger a dodge, or he can die. Or he can die, and then we can move to the next. I guess the thing I should probably keep an eye on is that there is this console that I could take advantage of. So even though I could kill this guy right now, let's end the turn. And I could suffer a blow, an attack of opportunity, in order to get to the console. We've got the health to take it. And so now we're on the console. And it actually says -1 vigilance. That just popped up. So if you take a look right now, there's no new thing for me to click on. It's just we went in, the green square's now gone. An effect popped up on top of the console that said -1 vigilance, and it registered on the top. We had 2 vigilance, and now we're down to 1. So I think he did register with the console. So now it's just a matter of clearing the field. High five!
Cleared from the threshold. Now, open in the name of Pharaoh Sankhotep.
At the Vargard's words, the gates opened. Within was not merely a tomb, but a repository of secrets.
This should be good. This should be good. Lower threat level. Yeah, no. Very, very helpful indeed. So that was it. Wow. Not bad. We didn't lose any units permanently. As long as they're in the reanimation protocol state, we don't even have to use living metal to get them back. That's awesome. So we walk out with 25 living metal, dynastic awakening point for a tech tree, and 2 points for Amoka to spend towards his dominance on the battlefield. I really like Amoka. I really like his DFA units. I was not expecting to like the melee so much. Yeah, it's a way to avoid the vigilance from summon harder. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. All right, so let's find out what this secret Necron weapon is. I'm imagining something huge and powerful. Oh, it's a city.
Here was the treasure vault where Sankhotep had amassed artifacts from across his reign, unknown even to the Atridae. The Theron's wisdom had once been great enough to keep such trophies a secret.
So it's a supernova device?
And upon it shone another location Nevershine never seen. One seemingly of no significance to Sankhotep's dynasty, or the protocols.
Oh, it's a treasure map.
Sankhotep, how much more did you keep from me? What awaits me there that could not be hidden among your treasures?
So it's
Too
a
dangerous, perhaps.
It's a vault that led to other secrets.
Could be more dangerous.
A tesseract labyrinth. An extra-dimensional maze without an exit. A prison for that which was too valuable or powerful to be destroyed. The moment she touched the artifact...
Oh, come on!
the presence of the entity within.
What?
I know this face.
No.
From the nightmares of the Great Sleep.
It is the face your people crafted for me, child. The face of a god, made for you to beseech and condemn.
That's not a weapon?
This prison has been my nightmare. But now you are here to release me, just as I once released you from death itself.
But
You were there, at the biotransference. You made poisoned promises to our lords, tempted them with dreams of immortality. Mephitron, the messenger, the deceiver.
Deceiver. I gave only what was asked of me, little Vanguard. I helped your people escape the cage of their dying bodies. Help me shed my own confinement, and I shall be free to aid you once more.
I will never set you free.
there we go.
Why waste eternity as my jailer? You are meant for more. It is within my power to grant you victory, revenge, rulership.
Oh, it's the perfect setup for him.
I am a god.
A fraction of one. A broken fragment.
A fragment of my power is all you need. I can see the dedication that drives you, Nevershine.
No.
But beyond this vault, waits a dynasty of traitors and a galaxy of enemies. You need not face them alone.
No, don't.
If Sankhotep had not bequeathed you to me, I would leave you in this vault forevermore.
No, leave him.
I have already had my fill of lies.
So we didn't leave him? Oh, come on. The deceiver deceives? No way. I've seen Hellraiser put the box down, walk. Yeah, right. You can trust me. Name us deceiver. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition or chief weapon is surprise and fear. Our two main weapons are surprise, fear, and yeah, no idea. Yeah, it can be a weapon, except it doesn't discriminate. Yeah, man, I thought everything was supposed to go our way. So, I mean, that was the perfect setup for the freaking deceiver. That sucks. Because if you think about it, right before this, the Pharaon was betrayed. He was left to die on the battlefield. He was called decrepit and he was usurped. And now his former closest allies have taken his place. And they have looked down upon you. So you're the perfect target. The previous, the melee arm of, or the military might of Pharaon, the extension of his will. And here the deceiver is telling you, you know what? I can give you revenge. I can give you control. I can put the betrayers in their place. That sucks, because that's the perfect time. We're at our weakest right now, I feel, in terms of just like the inner turmoil, if there is any. This is the time for him to spring a trap, and he's been released. I do not know what Sankhotep was thinking that this is going to be helpful. Who knows? So we've got a new setup here. Looks way more complex. Reclaiming the crown world. Across the war map, optional missions will arise as the conflict unfolds. Lead your royal guard to reclaim the territories of Kivrith from the Mechanicus interlopers, scour their forged cities and facilities from its surface, and defend newly awakened tomb complexes as they stir to full power. Victory in these missions will see you gain rewards crucial to upgrading your lords and their courts in preparation for critical missions to come. During the campaign, you will be able to deploy your leaders to undertake a variety of assignments. These allow you to accomplish various tasks and earn resources. You can always undeploy a leader from these should you wish to instead deploy the leader to a mission or different assignment.
It is not my place to speculate as to what thoughts passed through the honored Vargard's mind. However, she was now presented with a choice. Her duty was to Sankhotep and to the throne of Kivroth. Yet, Sankhotep was fallen, and the throne sat empty. Thus, her loyalties were divided.
Kind of a good point too, though, is that when Sankhotep said you need to take the the Sepulchre Regnant, I think is what it was called. It was his throne room. When you take it, you gain access to all the command protocols. So with the throne empty, do they lose that access? I do not know.
The Eupatridae are the rulers of Kivroth, and thus, as Vargard, my role is to protect them and be wielded as their blade. Yet they slew Sankhotep and usurped his authority, and my first duty was to him.
Though she thought herself alone, her musings did not go unheard.
Why must you serve anyone? The truly powerful have a duty to rule, to shape the world. And I see in you a ruler.
Oh no. Man, are we the next Sarah Kerrigan? I was going to say Nancy Kerrigan, but then, yeah, you know, and we'll just figure skate our way across humanity's face. But I mean, like, are we the next Sarah Kerrigan? I sure hope not.
You dare spy on my thoughts, deceiver?
If you will speak your thoughts aloud, I will listen. Consider this not an intrusion, but an offer of counsel.
Your words promise naught but trickery. The Catan care for nothing but their own appetites.
Such preconceptions limit you, Nevershah. I can grant you the power to sweep these usurpers away, and a human vermin with them. You will rule this world as you should, as Sankhotep intended. Of course, I cannot do so from within this Tesseract prison.
That's a really interesting point, because since Sankhotep went to Nefershah and said, go to this undisclosed location and find what you will, right? He sent us there for a reason. And the question has to be in Nefershah's mind, why did you send me here? The only thing of value, it seems, other than pointing to another location and a princess is in another castle, was the Tesseract. And so she has it now. And for the deceiver to say, as Sankhotep intended, you will rule this world as you should. I mean, that it fits too perfectly in the narrative in her mind, I would assume, that she's in a really vulnerable place right now, and I would be as well, and that's really scary.
Then I shall do without your help, Godshard. For there you will remain. I will restrain my fury and serve the Eupatridae against the invaders. But I will never suffer them to rule this planet.
I have a feeling things are going to get worse and worse and worse until we feel like we have no choice but to release the deceiver. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen, but I sure hope it doesn't.
You will call on me in time,
See?
Vargard. Power demands to be used, and your dedication has demands of its own.
Thus, the Vargard's path was set. The usurpers could not learn her true aims, and so she would kneel before them while biding her time. She was vastly outmatched by the three lords of Kivroth's armies, but if she fell, it would be in service to the true Pharaon.
She's like the real servant. She's the OG right arm of the Pharaon. That sucks. Okay, so let's see. We got an awakening point. Let's take a look at that before we do anything else. We're now starting to develop points in the tier 2 circle, which is going to raise the upgrade levels for everything out there. We got 3 choices. Creeping Madness. Unlock Moment of Clarity and Creeping Madness. Recover 1 HP per Dominion level and reset the cooldown of your command protocols. Holy crap, that is good. Creeping Madness, +2 max HP. Holy crap. For every 2 Dominion levels, +1 damage to your melee attacks, increase the cooldown of command protocols by 1 and lose 1 health at the end of its turn. Oh. It's like with great power comes a big negative. So we're going to be constantly losing health, but we are also going to do more damage, have more health, and have a on cooldown ability that will restore health. Okay, noted. So fast and lethal. I mean, it kind of fits with Amuka, but I'll keep that in mind. We got Convergence of Dominion. Allow 1 Dominion level to be secured during a mission. Once this level is reached, it will persist between skirmishes, but can still be reduced by skills. So very, very nice. I am noticing, if you take a look at this icon right here, it appears multiple times. So we see one over this way, and we see one over this way. We see one all the way on the opposite side. So I'm assuming that means that if we were to get all of these, as an example, we could start at Dominion level 4. And if you think about a lot of the abilities that, you know, require a minimum Dominion level 3, you'd already be starting at 4, and that usually the next tick up is Dominion level 5. So you basically are 1 Dominion level right from the get-go, and you can never go below it unless you spend it like a currency. So that's actually pretty strong. As a passive, it's nice. It helps everybody. Now we got the Hungry Void. Unlock the Hungry Void. This unit's next melee attack inflicts +2 damage and bypasses all defense. Oh, see that? I'm gonna nab that because that sounds right up our alley, my god. Incredible, incredible. Let's go over to the Lord's Chamber. We have 2 eminence points for Amuka, so we don't have to spend it right now, but we might as well. We can get access to the Scorpack Destroyer. Oh my goodness. And we got the Plasmancer and the Chronomancer. So we saw the Chronomancer. Actually, one thing that we can do, I know as soon as I click on the bottom, you'll see that things highlight. And so you can see them highlight right here. So we can actually see some of the upgrades that they get. Because when we took a look at the Chronomancer yesterday, I believe they've got auras, right? So the Chronomancer, if I click on him and look at the 2nd tier upgrade, unlock Time Splinter Mantle. Units in range are granted the defended trait. So that gives +1 shielding to all units in the radius. I don't know how large the radius is, but it should be pretty good, right? And then we've got our Plasmancer. And the Plasmancer, unlock Harbinger of Destruction. At the end of your turn, every enemy in range suffers 1 damage. And eventually he gets the Curse, which gives +1 max damage and generates extra Dominion. I like this guy. I like this guy already. It's interesting because for Heki, it makes sense. We try to sustain, we try to heal, we try to protect. So having the Chronomancer with Heki's team, that makes sense to me. You try to limit the damage that you take, and you heal up the damage that you do. In this case, we're trying to deal damage, and if the radius is sufficient and you get him close and stick with all of your, let's say, your DFAers, they're constantly doing damage, but not fully killing things until they try to run away. If you have the Plasmancer around, heck, he may just start executing like 3, 4, 5 people, depending on how large that radius is. So I think that kind of jives. So we're going to go ahead and take the Scorpack Destroyer, and we're going to take the Plasmancer out here, and I guess we can already preemptively apply some upgrades so we can actually get that aura. Although, actually, what does it say about the Plasmancer? If we actually go down here, the Plasmancer. Plasmancers are unsubtle masters of stellar energy. Cryptex who bind captive suns and weaponize plasma within their living metal forms. What's a captive sun? How do you capture a star? Oh my goodness. Hey, Silent Bob. High five. Welcome. Howdy bunnies. So which other lords are we pushing now? We're using Amuka at the moment and Teki. Those are our 2 main lords, but obviously we're still, you know, using the other lords on the side. Obesis, Fakon, Ominek, yeah? It's a small piece of the Cosmic Guard, yeah. In combat, they wield a plasmic lance that... I love you. Oh, hold on. In combat, they wield a plasmic lance that bypasses and weakens armor on impact. They can also unleash living lightning to strip enemy armor, and once the Necron Dominion is strong enough, the surge intensifies, inflicting damage that leaps between multiple targets in cascading arcs of destruction. How fitting when we've got Immortals with a Tesla carbines. How fitting is that? Necron know how to handle stars. Nobody told them they were supposed to handle movie and music stars, so they went full on. No kidding, ALV. No kidding. So, all right, so we chose the Plasmancer. We're getting the upgrades. So let's get the second one. Movements, HP. HP's safe, but I would imagine depending on how large the radius is, maybe movement's more important, but I'll get the HP for now, and then we'll see as time goes on. Scorpec Destroyer. Let's go ahead and upgrade him. So he's got hit points or gives him resilience, immune to weakened, perturbed, and impeded. That sounds very important because he's a big old guy that needs to get in people's faces, and he needs to make sure that he is not dealing little damage. He needs to deal a lot of damage, so I will pick that up. He also has extra movement or agile, cannot be the subject of attacks of opportunity. Ooh, he's huge if I recall when we fought against one. So I would imagine that he'd be triggering attacks of opportunity all the time. But then again, movement's super helpful because maybe that's what you need in order to get into range. But, you know, maybe we can overcome that with relics and command protocols. So I'm going to take agile as a start, and then we'll see how we feel about it later. Yeah. And just to take a look, we haven't actually taken a look at the Scorpec Destroyer yet. Is he here? Destroyer Cult? This... Yep, that's him. Excellent cascading arc destruction. I like the sound of that. When armed with an enormous hyperphase Reaper blade, Scorpec Destroyers deliver more focused melee strikes that hit with significantly greater damage. In this, they excel at isolating and eliminating a priority threat in a single devastating engagement. Oh my goodness. So reanimation protocol, 10 health, 6 mobility, 1 armor, 1 defense. Whirling Onslaught. Charge in a straight line and inflict damage on the first unit encountered. Bypasses enemy defense 3 to 5 damage. Hyperphase Reaper Blade. 90-degree arc, so it's a cleave, and it's 4 to 6 damage, and it bypasses defenses. So he charges in, he swings a big old blade afterwards, and he just cleaves people in twain. Sounds great. Tony the Tiger would be super impressed. My goodness, yeah. Do you like the Destroyers? So far, but I haven't really played with them yet, so I'm excited to get the opportunity to do so, yeah. Reminds me of the Executioner Blade from Naruto. Which one is that? I don't remember. I've seen Naruto, but I don't know. So we're going to go ahead and take a look on the left side. We got Grudgingly Serve Hekimheb, Grudgingly Serve Jebka, Grudgingly Serve Yukonsept. So Yukonsept is the Destroyer, Jebka is sort of the weapon creator, and Hekimheb is the Nemesor, the general, who says that, you know, grinding... what's it called? Grinding attack of extinction or something like that, where he just planned on sending the Necron to their death and outlasting our enemies. So the critical paths are always in gold, so I'm assuming the side quests are in green. Expand the Lord's influence. Assign a leader to expand their influence in the dynasty's court, earning eminence upon completion. Oh, nice. They'll get 2 eminence there. I could send Heki. I could send Amukam, but he's in recovery. So it seems like we can kind of have like a third guy. I was thinking Phakon, just because Phakon actually has, like, if we take a look at Phakon, he has access to the Locust Heavy Destroyer with a Gaussian Destructor. I've been very interested in that. And that sounded really cool to me. So I think if we focus on him, we'll get access to some really, really cool units out there. So I'm going to put Phakon on that one as the third side, I guess, like our side hustle. The giant sword that Zabasu used. Oh, okay. See, I don't know why I'm thinking of Bleach when you say that instead of Naruto. But is that are you thinking of Bleach, or is that Naruto? Naruto is awesome, believe me. I love Naruto. We'll go ahead and assign Phakon to this one and give him 2 eminence points for upgrades. So let's go ahead and assign him. We have Reforge the Legions. Assign a leader to restore the might of the dynasty's legions, earning living metal upon completion. And I guess I should probably take a look at what the other one is. Awaken Tomb Complex as a side mission. Assign a leader to awaken this tomb complex. If 3 tomb complexes are awakened around the same Adeptus Mechanicus Forge city, an attack on that city is triggered. I mean, that sounds cool. Awakened Tomb Complex. Okay, well, they're each duration 1. So I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm going to send Ominek and Obasis, and they'll do those too. So let's just we'll send Obasis on this one to awaken a Tomb Complex, and then we will send Ominek in order to get us some more living metal, just like that. There we go, and assign. And then we can assign Heki to actually do an attack of some kind, yeah? Now attack me with this banana. Okay, so Heki, apparently we've got the new ability, the Hungry Void. Oh yeah, we unlocked that in the Awakening screen. And let me just double check that his stuff's upgraded. We've got a Chronomancer on this that has the defended trait. We've got Immortals with the Gaussian Blaster, so these are not Tesla carbines. Extra firing range and resilience, so they're immune to certain status effects. We've got Death Marks with resilience, so they're immune to status effects. And then we've got dodge on it. I did see advantageous positioning because I was thinking it'd be cool if they're behind cover, they get extra range, extra shielding, but if I'm perfectly honest, most of the time we're kind of not in cover. So we're teleporting around and shooting, so I figured dodge is a little bit better there. We've got our Canoptech Wraiths. I really like the Transdimensional Beamer whenever you were up against those, what are they, Electro Priests? They've got this resist death type ability where they're set their HP to 1, and this has Exterminate on it, allowing us to just clear them from the field instead of basically negating them that ability. And then we've got extra movement to close the gap. We've got a Canoptech Spider, that's extra health. And then we got a Particle Beamer, which is like an AoE blast. And then finally, we've got our Immortals, also immune to certain weaknesses, and then extra damage range. And I believe this is the... Do they have Tesla carbines, this one? I don't remember. They may be still Gaussian blasters. I wish there were a way for me to tell, but I don't know. So we're going to send Heki on the next critical mission out this way. So what do we have? We have Forge Temple Assault. Attack and destroy the Adeptus Mechanicus Forge Temple. That sounds significant. This does not sound small. Okay, that is a critical thing. That's wildly compelling. We have territory reclamation right here. Reclaim your territory on this planet. You will get more living metal and more eminence for Heki. I mean, that's a plus. What do we get for the Forge Temple Assault? The same rewards, but I don't know if it like robs the enemy of resources or something like that. I assume you get rid of their Forge Temple and it weakens them in some fashion. Maybe you gotta clear 3 Forge Temples to get access to Ex Veritas and attack it, because you can see these 3 skulls on it, so I'm not entirely sure, but we'll keep that in mind. And then we got 3 critical paths, which I'm assuming are for these things on the side. Complete Provocation, Complete Skin and Bones, and Starvation. So Provocation right here. This is for Hekimheb. Provoke a counterattack by the Adeptus Mechanicus so Hekimheb can observe the enemy in battle. You will get a Dynastic Awakening point for our tech tree, 2 Eminence points, and 20 living metal. So, I mean, that's very, very, very nice indeed. We also have, I believe, Skin and Bones. This is for Jebka. Assault an enemy convoy to lure the flayed ones into the open for study. And you can see Dynastic Awakening, so same type of rewards for all of the critical paths. And then there's a third, which is Starvation, with the same rewards. Assist a group of destroyers for Nihilarch Uconcept. I want to make advancements on our tech tree as quickly as possible. So I'm going to choose one of the critical path missions here. I guess as much as I want to do the Forge Temple Assault, it'll get us 1 eminence point, and I definitely will do that at some point, but I figure getting the upgrades now will allow us to equip ourselves more appropriately for a situation, right? So let's choose, I don't know, maybe Provocation, and that's for Hekimheb. Provoke a counterattack by the Adeptus Mechanicus so Hekimheb can observe the enemy in battle. We're going to do this with Heki, and let's go, yeah? Skin and Bones is all about flayed ones. Oh, really?
The usurpers of New Patridae. She knew that to defy them now was to invite destruction. So she obeyed the decrees that issued from the royal court at the Sepulchre Regnant.
So they do control the royal court.
She sought a way to bring New Patridae to justice.
Nefershah, our erstwhile Theron's plan for this war was an unwise one.
Oh boy.
As demonstrated by his failure at the human city. Now my generalship shall undo his tragic missteps. Lead an assault against a key point in the enemy's defenses. See that your actions are overt and threatening enough to provoke a response from these wretches.
So don't be subtle. Gotcha. You know, I think we can accomplish that. Don't worry, Hecamheb. You've hired the best Necron for the job.
It shall be done, Nemesaur. And the intent of this stratagem?
To create a battle in which I can truly observe how these Adeptus Mechanicus plan to defy my legions in the field. From this knowledge, I shall forge a strategy that cannot fail.
You know what'd be a real clapback here? If you responded and said, wouldn't a more opportune moment to plan a strategy like that have been when you were supposed to be supporting the Pharaon in front of the gates and you were actually facing the Adeptus Astartes face to face? Because that's the worst case scenario, don't you think? Like,
Hecamheb's plan would occupy time and warriors that Nefershah would rather employ in gainful operations.
I mean, we are getting stuff out of this.
Instead of catering to the Nemesaur's ego. But she could not yet speak openly against the Eupatridae, and so led the Royal Guard to do his bidding.
Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, at least we're helping out regardless. I will get more living metal, and we'll just... I mean, so far that's been good. We haven't needed the extra Dominion level, and we haven't needed the extra recruitment, so we'll go ahead and proceed. All right, so we want all the stuff. We want the Chronomancer, for sure. We want... These are Tesla Carbine Immortals, and these are Gaussian Blaster Immortals. Oh, interesting. So you can actually choose. We've got 2 different sets of Immortals. That's epic. Well, Canoptek Spider was excellent, being able to summon Scarab Swarms. Canoptek rates are always awesome. Death Marks are great. And then we've got 3 more capacity. So we choose 1 set of Immortals. I guess the question is, do we plan on taking out single targets or a lot of targets? I guess maybe we'll go single target on this one because we can kind of sustain ourselves a little bit more. We'll get the Immortals with the Gaussian Blasters, and then we will go ahead and pick up a Canoptek Scarab out there. So let's do this. So no Tesla Carbine stuff, very single target focused, but hopefully it will serve us well. Nefershah first surveyed the battlefield to determine the proper avenue of attack, calling on her wealth of tactical protocols. So if we take a look at the bottom right now, it looks like we're going to have a skirmish after this. Then we'll have another choice. We'll have another skirmish, then a choice, then another skirmish. So we need to be able to sustain through it, so Heki's perfect for this. We've got Overflight. Demand the use of a Doom Scythe in providing a view of human defenses from above. What's a Doom Scythe? You mean like cut our way to a vantage point or something? Sacrifice. Send a handful of less valuable units to closely observe the enemy defenses. Inference. Focus on scouring the enemy communications for indications of their defensive capabilities. I mean, I guess we'll just do the safe route as much as we can, so here we go.
The Eupatridae jealously guarded the use of their aircraft, and no Doom Scythes were rerouted to Nefershah's operation. The Vanguard exhorted the Royal Guard to surge forward and overcome their setback.
No consequences. I mean, I'm down with that. I don't think we need a buff necessarily at Tesla Immortals. They've very quickly become one of my favorites, the Immortals with the Tesla Carbines. But I figure here we can kind of take a little damage, so if we're not thinning out huge crowds, then maybe the single target damage will just clear guns more efficiently, and then we'll be able to heal up whatever damage we take and then strike back. So not as aggressive, but conservative.
Identified a suitable location among the defenses of the Skitari, as the invaders called their common soldiery. A bunker and firing emplacement served as the linchpin of their line, and an assault there would doubtlessly panic the enemy leadership into launching a counter-offensive.
Oh, thank you, Crossbow. This is a Doom Scythe. Oh, so we can just commandeer those at will, like requisition them on the field and then fly in the air and take a look. That's pretty awesome. I wish I could use those for an airstrike. That's excellent. Thank you for showing me, yeah? Looking at the grouping of the enemy here, though, the Tesla Carbine would have been better. They're super grouped up. I'm seeing what seem to be like 4 Rangers, 2 Servitors, and maybe, I think that's either an Infiltrator or like an Alpha.
We shall strike without subtlety or reserve. The enemy must know they are under threat.
Without subtlety, Heki must survive, kill everybody. So just double check. So we do in fact have 4 Rangers. We've got 2 Servitors and 1 Skitarii Ranger Alpha. Okay, so the Alpha is closer range, electric goad, has the pistol, etc. We've got Heki. They do have the ability to curse. They have the ability to have summoning portals, etc. We have our single target Gauss blasters. We got our death marks. I can actually get the death marks behind cover, but I'm not seeing the cover symbol here, so that does make me wonder. So I guess I do want to get people in the face of the Rangers as quickly as possible. We do have the Canoptech Spider. We can move forward, but I don't think we're that fast, so I'm actually going to get the Wraiths. We'll have Wraiths here to pressure the Rangers. The Servitors are a bit problematic because they can just bypass our defenses, so maybe we do have our Canoptech Spider, we do have our Death Marks. Maybe the Death Marks, I think this is cover, but I don't think they're taking cover. So I guess I'll have a Death Mark here, I'll have another Death Mark here, and we can deploy 1 more. Immortal with a Gaussian Blaster that we can heal. Oh, the Chronomancer. Okay, I'm gonna grab the Chronomancer. I realize that so look at that. That's a big aura. Oh my god, you see this blue aura? That's huge. So everyone is getting shields right now. Wow, that's crazy. So everyone gets an extra shield. That's awesome. Okay, so we're a little bit unbalanced, but I'll go with this and let's try it. This should be good. Yeah, it looks similar to a Cylon Raider. The Cylon Raider. Oh, wow, that takes a while to load. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Dralthai from Wing Commander with a Kilrothite. Thank you. Okay, so who are we starting with here? We've got the Chronomancer. They've got Chronometron. Divination. Grant divination to an allied unit. The next time this unit would suffer damage, the damage is ignored and the status will expire. Chronometron. Space and time. Grant accelerated to an allied unit. +2 movement. So if we take a look at our Wraith and we move in, they can already move pretty far. We can start slashing some Rangers. It would be cool if we're just 1 further so that we're right in their face. Or we can get in the Rangers' way like this and get right in the middle. I guess high risk, high reward, because then the Servitors barely move and they start smashing us. But at least we limit, there's only 1 access point for 1 Servitor to hit us on the diagonal. If he wants to push that guy, and I guess we could heal that Wraith. Definitely would draw attention. So let's just burrow our way right through the middle. If we wanted to, we could pass through these guys, but I'm not going to do that. So we'll just go in, smack a guy, and work it from there. We do have Vengeful Stars as well. Suffer +1 maximum damage from attacks made by Necron units. When killed, generates 2 Dominion. So that's good to know. So if I were to move like this to the center, we put a Vengeful Stars right next door. We do not have the defensive buff from our Chronomancer, and then we hit the Skitarii Ranger. We get +1, and we attack twice, so it's really +2. And he's left with 1. My god, that's a death sentence. Servitor pushes on diagonal, bypasses defenses, but not the armor, and sends 1. Now, I'm going to go and extend the Chronomancer's aura, I believe. So I'm going to come around the corner. We have extended defended, so now he's actually got 2 defense right here. I'm going to put Chronometron Divination in order to prevent damage, the next issuance of damage to this Canoptech Wraith. And then we've got ranged attacks. Inflict Perturbed on targets. Cannot make more than 1 action per turn. Wow. I did not realize that it is an AoE. Yes. So all these guys will only get 1 action instead of movement and weapon action, etc. So yes, please do this. Eat that. And they've all been marked on the timeline. This guy's good. 5 Dominion on that single execution. That's beautiful. A grenade launcher indeed. If only the shield was available in the fight against the Iron Hands, that would have been helpful. Ranger shot on, it consumes divination instead of doing damage. That's beautiful. And the next Servitor gets to go. So I guess the Death Mark. Can you send a shot? Well, I don't want this guy to go. He's dead. The range on this is beautiful. Beautiful. My goodness. Isn't that wonderful? We get 2 more. All right, let's go in and pressure those Rangers before they get to go. Wouldn't want them having a chance now, would we? Smack this guy. Eat that. There it is. He's right here. What about the next guy? I guess Wraith Form could bring me closer to him. Let's do that. We'll just pass on through, and now we're adjacent. And we will end the turn here. And then we get one more opportunity. This guy gets to go next, but there's no one pressuring him. So what we can do is change that calculus. We're going to teleport here. Oh, there is cover here. My bad. And then shoot. Oh, I can't shoot him because he's behind cover. I forgot. So I put myself in a place where I can't attack, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to move somewhere else in order to do something, unfortunately. All right, well, I was hoping to shoot him, but I did not. I forgot about the cover thing, and I can't target him. So let's just shoot somebody else, and we'll just shoot the Ranger Alpha just to get that going. Nice, solid 4 right there. It's give you order kill list on the right side. Yeah. So far, so good. And then we got Heki, and that's that. So it's the Alpha, and then the guy next door who only gets 1 action of some kind. So I guess let's push in with Heki. We'll get aggressive, blast the Alpha. He doesn't get the turn. High five. We're at Dominion level 3. We can heal something if we so need it. That's 1 health right now. I'm going to hold on to that 1 Osteoclave Fulcrum. In case we need to reinforce, I guess I'll put a portal right behind the enemy. And I think it's physical, so this guy has to choose where to go. He can't run anywhere. So I think he might just pass his turn. Obviously, if he leaves, we'll get a hit, but I mean, I don't think he can move from this position, which is kind of epic. We have no one to resurrect, and I'm not going to heal anybody, so just end the turn. He's perturbed and does nothing. That portal is truly excellent. It's also like playing some kind of puzzle game where you have a block or a pillar and they can't go through it. That's too good. That is too good. Okay, so next up is this gentleman. All right, well, we'll start by hitting this guy. That's clear. We can Wraith form it up. Well, I mean, I'll stay on the... We'll stay on the diagonal, I suppose. And then I guess I could move away, but then I'll trigger an attack of opportunity, just end the turn here. Next up, we've got this gentleman. So let's attack that guy. Don't like him, so we'll... smack him here. We'll go Vengeful Stars +1 damage. That's actually +2 because we strike twice with Vicious Claws. Okay, he's got 1 left. I will then move here so that we're pressuring both of those Skitarii Rangers. End the turn. This guy has to move. He dies. Heki is awesome. Can we just all recognize... Can we just all recognize how good that Heki is? Let's see. So I only have a melee staff right now, so I'm not going to do anything with the Chronomancer. The death marks, like, unfortunately, I used their teleportation, so I'm just going to get behind cover here, shoot that guy. There it is. End the turn. And we are now left with this one guy. So I guess let's take the opportunity and heal someone to full. It doesn't really matter, just one of the Wraiths. So we'll just heal this Wraith right here, bring him up to full. And then we're just going to move a little bit closer. And it actually seems like we've got a ranged attack to do that. And that'll do it. High five. We lost 1 health. All right, excellent. If we needed to get their attention, attention has been got. That is wonderful. Very, very nice opening engagement there. That's awesome. All right, so only 1 damage taken by the end of it because of the healing. And our Canoptic Wraiths are good.
At the threshold of the bunker, the invaders, for all their ignorance, build their dens sturdily enough. It matters not. The dynasty's might shall prevail.
Nevershot once determined the best means of laying bare the pitiful enemy defenses. Detonation. Infest the bunker walls, structural weaknesses with Canoptek scarabs before commanding them to explosively self-destruct. That's a lot of vigilance there. Distraction. Send less valuable troops into the open to draw fire from the bunker while the main force attacks from a different angle. I would assume that we take a little damage here, but we have the ability to heal, so let's do that.
A small unit of warriors
yeah, easy ALV.
the open ground in front of the bunker and were met with a volley of fire from its guns. Thus, the defenders were unprepared for the main force focusing fire against the ports and doorways, blasting their way in with a torrent of Gauss fire.
Always down for Gauss fire.
Such mindless aggression. These animals are easily provoked. No wonder the Eupatridae found them a suitable distraction for my Pharaon.
And we have gained 1 vigilance, 10 dominion, and we lost 1 health to each of, I think these are the canoptic wraiths, but we have healed that health before, so I don't see that as an issue. Oh, detonate. Well,
The bunker is in our hands. Cryptek, what is the enemy response?
I think the reason why I avoided detonation is because I want to be as cautious as I can with the vigilance meter. So we at least have 2 points to play with in case they force a choice on us.
But little, my Vargard. The masters of these Skitari are more accepting of losses than we anticipated. Or, perhaps, their command structure is insufficient to respond adequately.
Even in their failings, these interloping vandals find a way to inconvenience us. If multiple targets fall in succession, they will have no choice but to move against us. Find me such a target.
So kill a lot of enemies. Gotcha.
The human communications are relayed through an individual in a trench nearby, a leader among their breed. If losing a strong point will not rile them, perhaps the loss of a commander will.
It will suffice. Let us reach the target immediately and eliminate it.
All right, so we get our first assassination mission. Some of my favorite missions in Battletech. Now we get to do it here in Mechanicus II. Wonderful. Find a leader, destroy them. Everyone will rejoice. Excellent. It's Mighty Morphin Murderin' time in the spirit of Power Rangers. Yeah, who are we? Are we the Pink Ranger? Everybody knows Pink Ranger would do all the murdering in the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Hacking must survive, kill all enemy units. So we're looking at an engine seer. We've got a Skitari Ranger Alpha and a Skitari Ranger. We've got 2 Rangers behind cover and 1 Servitor. Honestly, they got a lot of ranged units, so we stay on the right side, pressure that. Servitor's got to spend a turn coming to us. They got a console in the background if we want to get extra keen with it. How are we going to deal with the cover? If we had the Tesla carbines, then that would have been good. If we have the death marks, they're not going to be able to shoot through the cover. They'll have to teleport around it. If we get a Canoptech Wraith, I mean, they're going to be great right in their face. And the Chronomancer we saw has the AoE. The AoE would actually be perfect for this. So let's go ahead and get Canoptech Wraith on the right side. If I actually take a damaged one, then I can heal it, right? So I'm going to take the damaged one. Normally I would take the undamaged one, but I figure I can walk out of this maybe better than we walked in, which would be awesome. So they're going to be close enough they can get right between these 2 guys. We'll get a Chronomancer, and depending on where we place them, that's defense. I'm actually going to put them here, so they can put a big old AoE blast right there. And let's shift our forces over to the right side to take advantage of both the extra shielding and of all of the support from the healing, so that Heki can actually move up, intercept, and then heal our Canoptech Wraith once he engages with the enemy. Then we've got our Immortal single target blast. We've got our death marks. They don't really have cover to be behind unless they kind of teleport out to the right side, so maybe that's a good place to do it. So if I stay here, at least we can fire from this position and hit the Ranger Alpha and get heavy and then teleport around to a new location. We do have the Canoptech Spider. Oh, the Spider. Well, man, I haven't used the Spider in a bit. The problem is it's melee only except for its blaster, but it's got to get kind of close. And I do need higher Dominion levels to take advantage. So, it takes 4 slots, though, is the problem. I guess I could be here, but it's not going to do as much. In a weird sort of way, I feel like I need more range and aggression than I do anything else. So I'm going to get, I think, another Wraith just to pressure this, and I'll get another Death Mark, and then we'll go like that, and if we need a cycle, we can. So first thing I'm going to want to do, I know our Chronomancer can put the AoE blast, but I have a feeling they're going to stay behind cover. So let's get our damaged Canoptech Wraith. We're going to come it around the corner, be right in between. I'm going to apply extra damage to the Skitari Ranger Alpha with a curse, and then we're going to hit him with Vicious Claws. Nice, he's got 1 left. We could Wraith form. I could pass through, but I think I'm just going to stay right here and end the turn. Guy leaves, takes damage. We take a blast. We block all of the damage. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. I can then take our Chronomancer. We could advance up the field, extend the shielding. Oh, I guess I'm not close enough. We can put an AoE blast. Well, I guess I can hit the cover as well. I didn't realize. Nice. Excellent. Okay, wonderful. So these guys are now exposed and perturbed. This guy's going to go next, and he's out in the open. So that's good to know. Melee and Chronometron, Divination, I can't reach. So I think I'm just going to hold on to the cooldown and end the turn. So we're kind of standing out in the open. He sends the shot. We take some damage. We can heal that up, no problem. Who's up next? Unknown. So out of the undamaged people, it's this Engine Seer and then the Servitor. I'm not worried about the Servitor. I am concerned about the Engine Seer, but I think he's got shorter range weapons, so we'll just keep our distance and hope for the best. So let's try to take care of this Skitarii Alpha before anything else. So we'll just kind of move here. We'll Wraith form through the Alpha, clear him from the field. We will move away. And I can't destroy the cover. Oh, my bad. I could have probably blasted him with a transdimensional beamer, but I put him behind cover, essentially. So let's end the turn. Engine Seer's pushing to us. Pistol blast. Oh, we dodged it. High five. We actually dodged the damage. That's incredible. Incredible. Well, that guy gets to go. So can we stop that? Yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Amazeballs. Amazeballs. Good job. End the turn. That means the Servitor goes next. So let's get Heki and let's try to recoup some of the damage taken. I guess I will actually heal the Chronomancer because I only have one of them. He's back to full. We do have a ranged blast. Not going to use it. We could put an Osteoclave Fulcrum to try to screen. I'm basically going to block off the Engine Seer, make him go around, and we will end the turn. We've got our Death Mark. He's got a shot. What I can do is do a Vengeful Stars. It's going to get us a little more Dominion if we're okay with that. He's got 3, so that should be fine. We'll move as closely as we can. Apply Vengeful Stars. We'll get an extra 2 Dominion outside of the damage that we deal and send it. And just like that, we get 5 Dominion. 3 for the damage, 2 for the kill. And we can even teleport away if we so choose. Like maybe here. End the turn. Beautiful. Servitor tries in vain to push the tempo. Excellent. All right, so the next up is this guy. Let's make sure he does not get to attack. So we're just going to get close enough. Smack this guy 1. Excellent. Enemy down. Push right on in. I guess we'll get on the... We can get behind him. I could get on the diagonal. I'm going to get behind him. We'll get behind him. And we'll just hang tight right there. End the turn. Next up's going to be the Engine Seer. So let's push on the Engine Seer. Death Mark. We've obscured our own shot. So we'll just step 1 to the side. Take the shot. Send it. Good first impact and the turn. And then we're going to go for the attack again. Get the Canoptech Wraith. Hit him. Nice. I probably could have done the transdimensional beamer, but let's stop right here and see what he does. Oh, he hits the portal instead. And he executes the portal. High five. We're coming out with all this, like, no damage to us. This is awesome. This is too good. Holy moly. Well, I mean, I don't have the... Apparently, the ranged attack is every other turn, so I can't do it here. Mimic portal. So powerful. Super freaking powerful is what that is. I guess in the meantime, let's get our Death Mark, and we'll just send a shot into the Servitor. And then we'll just end the turn. We just need one more blast. One more blast. I can do it with Heki. So we'll come it around like this. We'll send a blast here, like that. Clear the Servitor. Nice. Now we don't get a turn on this turn. Excellent. And we will end the turn. And we even get the Chronomancer to do something. Let's move up and extend our defenses. We almost got everybody, but not quite. And then I guess if I wanted to, who's the most damaged here? It's this Canoptech Wraith. Can we do Divination? We're just out of range, so we'll end the turn. There it is, yeah. Portal Distraction. It's super powerful. So the good news is we've got 3 turns before this guy gets to go. At the moment, there is only one of us that is injured, and it was in fact the damaged Canoptech Wraith that we brought into the field. So I'm going to take the moment to actually bring us back up to a better spot than we were, just in case I need to have a line of sight. I don't remember. I'm going to maybe tuck myself in here. If I hit, clear some of the damage. We'll do a Vengeful Stars on the engines here. I probably should have done that first. And we'll end the turn. Then I'll get Heki. And we will push as far as we are able. Get a heal off on our own Wraith. He's up to full. He's up to full. Blast the boss. He now has 1 armor and 1 health. And we get 1 more turn to really hit him. An enemy down. High five.
Nefershah's force stormed across the battlefield, even as scattered enemy units gathered in a futile attempt to oppose them.
Dude, we came out better than we went in. That's the power of Heki. That's terrifying. like what other lord can you say you come out in a shinier form than you did when you went into the battle? That's incredible. Look at that. We're at full health across the board. The whole retinue is good.
We are here. We must be selective in where we put our attention.
It's kind of like getting a battlefield massage. The Vanguard was undaunted by the disadvantage imposed by circumstance. She carefully considered how best to deploy the Royal Guard in eliminating the target. Saturation fire. Unleash a volley of Gaussian fire to suppress the enemy before advancing rapidly upon the target. Blackout. Transmit pathogenic crypto patterns to hinder enemy communication ahead of the attack. Or observation. Pause in the advance and observe the target's movements and defenders more thoroughly to enter battle suitably prepared. Let's do a blackout. We'll do the crypto patterns.
The enemy's communications were shattered and silenced, their actions reduced to an uncoordinated scramble. The Royal Guard surged towards the target, intent on exploiting this advantage.
I'm curious if they'll like not have reinforcements or something. So it says some enemies will suffer negative statuses in the next skirmish. Nice. Even more buffs for us. Wonderful. Under the hedge. Yes. All right. So this in theory is the last of the skirmishes for Heki. So let's do it and just try not to lose any units, and we're good. We're going to walk out with new Eminence, an Awakening Point, and even more Living Metal, which is awesome. I think a total of 25, because it was 20 natural plus the 5 from Reclaim.
Approach. Their actions are without reason and can be precipitated only by desperation. To arms and drive them from the field.
Is that a boss?
Such base and benighted creatures. It is a mercy they do not understand the hopelessness of their fight. It is the only mercy they shall receive.
Huh. Okay, so different objective. Heki must survive. You must kill the Skitarii Marshal. Okay, so we're looking, we got Rangers. We got actually a Vanguard in cover. We've got a Vanguard to the left. Oh, a lot of irradiated. Vanguard Alpha, Ranger, Skitarii Marshal. Okay, so they got a leader here that we got to take out. And then we got a Vanguard on the right side. So a lot of irradiation. They're mid-range. They've got cover. They've got a lot of ranged units around them, so if we can actually get them tied up with, you know, melee units like the Wraiths, that'd be awesome. The Chronomancer would be great because they're in a big old blob. So if we can actually land a blob early on this, maybe we can even hit the explosives and tie them up and gain a bunch of Dominion. That'd be awesome. Yeah, another assassination. But we just need to focus and only kill this guy. That's the only thing that we have to do. So I think Death Marks will be perfect in that kind of a situation. We can teleport and then attack if we want to. So I'm going to get a Canoptech Wraith, let's say, on this side, so we can just kind of get into their ranged lines and pressure them. I have the Canoptech Spider. I guess he can go into melee as well and start summoning stuff, but it's a little longer term. We got a Chronomancer. I'm going to put him right up there as well. I do want the Death Marks because they're going to be able to hyper-focus on the Skitarii Marshal, so we'll kind of have them out this way. Another Death Mark, let's say, here. And it would be cool to use the Spider, but the Spider takes up... I guess if I were here, I could use the Spider on this side. That would work. But that's going to take up... Oh, is it 2? If I pull the Death Mark... Ah, so it's 2 capacity to feel the Spider is what it is. That's why, yeah. Shoot Silent Bomb, eats a banana. That's how you disarm someone threatening you with a banana. Shall we try grapefruit? Wait, what? I may have missed something. I apologize. Okay, well, since they've got a lot of melee needs, I'm just going to get a Wraith on this side, a Death Mark on this side, and let's just get to it. We'll have Heki, I suppose, off to the right, and we will deploy. Let's do it. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to try to land the Chronomancer Blast. Just double check. We need to be a lot closer. So I'll be, let's say, maybe here. The blast is... Oh, I gotta be even closer, huh? And I can't do it. Okay, fair enough. Well, it's a more limited blast than I was hoping, but at least it's something. So let's get a Vengeful Star. I will put it on, let's say, the actual target that we need to hit. So he's going to take +1 extra damage. He's got 10 +2 defenses, and apparently he's going right away. So that's something to keep in mind. I'm going to put Divination on myself, because I would imagine we're going to draw some ire, and then I'll put a blast right on top of these guys and mark them on the timeline. Nice. Now they're perturbed. Oh my god, are they perturbed? Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? What happened? Wait, hang on. Whoa, hold up. What's Wait, what happened? Inflict perturbed on targets. 2 times 1 to 2 damage. Yeah, no, I saw that. But the blast only hit this guy. They had 1 health, and then they... Does perturb do damage? Cannot make more than 1 action per turn. They gave up. They were perturbed to... Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I'll be perfectly honest. But, you know, I'm fine with it. Permanently perturbed. Wow, that... that was powerful. So here's something to note. There were going to be 2 actions after the Chronomancer, but now there's only 1, the Skitarii Marshal. So... They just sort of fell over. Yeah, you know what? I would be pretty perturbed as well. What a powerful unit. My goodness. All right, there goes the Marshal, and he's no longer perturbed. Wow, he did not go very far. So now we can actually read about the Skitarii Marshal. So he's got a Control Stave, 1 of 3 damage. He's got a Radium Serpenta, causes irradiation. It's an Assault Pistol, 2 to 3 damage. Control Edict. Grant Control Edict to allied units within a radius. Generates 2 cognition points. Oh man, that's powerful. Servo Skull Uplink. Canticles used by this unit cost -1 cognition point. A lot of the canticles that we used, if not all of them in the tutorial, cost 1. So I don't know if that can actually make it cost 0, which means they're all going to just use canticles all the time as long as this guy's on the field. Battlesphere Uplink. Can use a canticle twice per turn. Oh my god. So if they're free and he uses twice per turn, that's kind of nuts. Master Strategist does not count towards the deployment capacity, and he has dodge, allowing him to dodge 2 attacks per turn at 15%. Okay, interesting. Keeled over and just died. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Well, I guess the most important thing to do is to tie up the unknown. We've got a Vanguard here. We've got a Ranger back here. Let's take our... I'm going to take this Wraith. We are going to move... I could move through. I could slash. There's the Vanguard here. There's the Vanguard behind cover. Let's... Okay, I'm going to move up this way. We'll slash this guy. And then hang tight. I forgot that we don't have Dominion level 2 yet, so we can't Wraith form through him like I thought that we would be able to. One thing we can do is just kind of get on the side here and then end the turn. All right, who's up next? Shot from the Ranger in place. Divination eats up that damage, so it does nothing. That's awesome. And we are still not at 2 Dominion level. Let's start working that... Okay, well, the Alpha hasn't gone yet. There is an explosive barrel right next door. Is there any way that I could hit both? Do I have anyone that can do that? We basically have Heki. He doesn't have an AoE. He has the Staff of Light. We've got 2 single target. We have a range thing, but it's not AoE. So, I mean, that's something to think about. I guess, let me just... I'm just going to start moving some shielded people forward before we start focusing down the Skitarii. So let's go ahead and hit the Vanguard. Got the transdimensional beamer. Unfortunately, I forgot to move first, and that was not an assault weapon, so we're stuck right here. That sucks. That sucks. Okay, end the turn. That was anticlimactic. Vanguard exposes our Wraith, but does not fire. Interesting, it didn't fire. I don't know why. Huh. I'm not going to question it. Don't question it. In that case, just shoot the Skitarii Marshal for maximum damage. So there's a hit for 4. And is there cover we can take where we got some shots? I guess I'll just, you know, pull back a little bit. End the turn. Vanguard moves. Attack of opportunity. Pulls away. And since he moved, he had perturbed. He could only move. So that's why he couldn't move and shoot, which is awesome. Got our death mark. We will, I guess... Well, I could blast this. This actually seems like it would also hit the leader, right? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. That's awesome. So it did hit the leader, but I don't know why the alpha is protected. Maybe it's because of the armor and the shields and stuff like that. Let's just pull back and end the turn, and then it's only Heki. Alpha moves up and does not attack. Are any of us injured? We are not injured on the Wraith. We are not injured on the Chronomancer. We're all untouched. We are all untouched. That's incredible. Well, I'm gonna guess let's move on up, pressure the Vanguard, smack him in the face. Now he's on the timeline, and we can do an Osteoclave Fulcrum to introduce an obstacle, so he's got to go around at least. No resurrection needed, no healing needed, end the turn. This guy tries to move and gets smacked down, denied. And there it is, high five. Good first turn, guys, good first turn. We marked a lot of people on the field. So Skitarii Marshal is the main target, So how can we deal with that guy? Can we get in close? Yes, we can. We do a Vengeful Star, so that seems like a nice start. So I'm actually going to move. That's an attack of opportunity. I'm going to go on the diagonal like this. We can move right here. I can do Vengeful Stars on him to give us +1 extra damage. And we'll Vicious Claws to start. Oh, never.
What news?
This is okay. So he seemed a lot more threatening when he was standing up. Let me tell you that.
The human communications are flooded with orders to converge on the wound you have cut into their lines.
Not just their lines.
Rightly fear you will open a breach and pour through. Every available soldier is rushing for the site of your victory, Vargard.
I mean, good for us. All praise the Necron. That's a...
Then we have delivered what Hekimheb demanded of us, and no more. Nemesaur, you have your counterattack.
Excellent. Withdraw whatever remains of your own phalanx, and make way for my legions,
You mean
Vargard.
the untouched army?
This will make for a most illuminating spectacle.
Does he even care that what remains of our phalanx is the entire phalanx untouched and in some cases better off than they were before? He should probably give some value to Heki for that one, right? So there it is. We walk out with 25 living metal, a dynastic awakening point, and 2 eminence for Heki. That's awesome. Huge. He does not. Yeah, he's pretty unimpressed. That guy seems like you'd have to, I don't know, like cleave down a mountain. He still wouldn't be impressed. Be like, I do that before breakfast twice, backwards, blindfolded, covered in acid, naked as well. You know, living metal still has to, you know, a little exhibitionist never hurt any living flesh. You know what I'm saying? Tomb complexes in forged cities. If 3 tomb complexes are awakened near a forged city, this will trigger a major offensive that you must lead in order to destroy it. Be sure to protect your tomb complexes from Adeptus Mechanicus assaults. So they can attack us too, apparently, yeah? Easy. Okay, I will withdraw my phalanxes.
Your provocation of the human military has exposed the disgraceful degradation of our own legion's capability.
What?
Until the systems of Kivroth awaken fully, we shall be burdened with substandard servants and flawed protocols. One unit of warriors displayed such insufficient prowess that I have decided they are to be removed from our ranks.
I mean, they're definitely not our warriors, I'll tell him that much.
You require this unit executed, Nemesaur.
These thralls are still Necrons under the command of your Nemesaur, Vargard. Unworthy they may be, but for them to die, unarmed and passive, would be an insult to my station. No, you are to engage them in combat.
Isn't that what all of our troops are destined to do?
Some might describe such a spectacle as an extravagant misuse of the Royal Guard.
Courtly gossip is not of my concern. For the Royal Guard to destroy these warriors in open combat will demonstrate the need for our more complacent nobles to improve their performance and show my absolute authority as Nemesaur.
Hekimheb sounds like an angry dirt. Wow, he really does, doesn't he? He's like,
You have failed me for the last time, Nevershaw.
except we haven't failed him, you know. Execute an inefficient unit of Necron warriors in glorious combat. Obasis, he will get an eminence point and living metal. Well, I mean, sure, why not? Why not? Let's have Obasis do it. It's a side objective, it seems. Steel on steel. Okay, so all of us are currently involved in side quests, and we've got complete steel and steel assignment, and that will actually complete things for grudgingly serve Hekimheb, and then he should get wiped off of the table. Amuka is next. He doesn't have any points to apply. Heki does. So let's see, what does Heki have available to him? More Canoptech Wraiths. Honestly, I feel like I should be working on other things, you know? The Chronomancer was great, by the way. Maybe increase leader skirmish deployment capacity or defense. I think more units on the field would be awesome. So skirmish deployment capacity is always welcome. +1 endless swarm. Canoptic Scarab Swarm in this Lord's Court and Nano Swarm summoned by this Lord gain +1 HP. Nice if you're using the Spider, for sure, because HP actually equals damage. So for the Canoptic Swarms, I believe, the Scarabs, +2 for every 2 HP that you have, you actually deal 1 extra damage. So if you come in at full with Dominion level 5, then you come in with 5 health, and if you have this, you'll come in with 6. It's kind of reminds me of, you know, in Baldur's Gate or in AD&D, how you have to, it makes sense to have even points for your statistics. So like if you've got, I don't know, like 14 agility, you get +2 to agility or something like that. But at 13, you still only get +1, right? It's kind of like that, I feel. So Endless Swarm would actually allow the Scarabs to reach new heights of damage and actually get +1 damage on top of everything, just outside of being more survivable, which is kind of cool. And it actually equals more damage, now that I think about it, with a Self-Destruct Protocol, because Self-Destruct Protocol actually deals the same damage as they have HP. So very, very nice indeed. We can either get more defense, we can get another Canoptech Wraith. I think the Wraiths did just fine with all the healing, so maybe we'll try this out. When we do have a Swarm and when we do the Canoptech Spider, then they can summon up stuff that's a little more hardy and does more damage. So that sounds awesome. Seems the best of all worlds. We'll go over to the Awakening Portal and we will see what is available to us. So we can actually move right, get +1 armor. That's nice as a passive. I think the way it works, if I recall, on the right, when you click on something like for Amuka, on the right, these are command protocols. So these are the buffs or the kind of like the curses and stuff like that that you have available for your whole retinue. So anyone can trigger this on the field and it's got a cooldown, right? On the left are the relics. So these are more selfish things. So these are like passives and abilities that the Lord will get. So I think, if I'm correct, I don't know how to distinguish between the two, but I think Sempiternal Weave, the +1 armor, would mean an additional armor for the Lord. I think this would be a relic, and that would be really good for a melee unit, because a lot of units hit for like 2 to 3, or they shoot their pistol a billion times for like 1 to 2 damage. It would be a full negation if they don't have Armor Crush, so that's really, really strong. We've also got Sudden Storm. Gain accelerated 2. I mean, that's huge. I'm pretty sure that's command protocol, so that'll go on the right side. And that's very, very powerful because oftentimes we're just a little short for melee, and this would allow us to close that gap. But I think I'm going to try out the armor just as a, you know, a nice one to have. And then we will go over to Amuka, make sure he has that equipped. Right now, he's healing himself at the end of every turn for more Dominion level that he has. He heals even more. And when he's at Dominion level 8, heaven forbid, he removes all negative statuses on himself, which is incredible. That's incredible. But the armor will help us right now. So I'm going to go ahead and just trigger that. If we can, I'd like to get a matching symbol set. Ideally both, but one will do. So we've got Killing Surge. That matches. This matches one of the symbols. And this was the unit's next melee attack inflicts +2 damage and bypass enemy shields or defense. So very nice for a melee army, and that's Amuka's bread and butter. It only matches one symbol, so that allows him to get extra 2 HP on top of the 11 that he's got, and then the army gets this attack buff that they can provide. I guess the one thing that I'm going to miss is the Tireless Guardian, which allows us to remove statuses like negative burning and the Luminogen and stuff like that. But we'll just have to be even more aggressive, and this helps us to do that, I suppose. So we'll try that out. That'll be good. It doesn't have any eminence points to apply. Just make sure that we've done all of our buffs. I like what they had so far, so I'm not going to change it. And let's go in. We just got to choose another critical path. So now we've got territory reclamation. Reclaim your territory on the planet. We're going to get eminence and we're going to get living metal. Oh, right. There's these like side ones, and then there's the critical path itself. There's territory reclamation here. There's also territory reclamation here. And they do the same thing as far as rewards. Small amount of eminence. Those are upgrade points for the Lord, and some living metal. We can get another 5 from reclaiming the stratagems. Or we can go to a critical path and try to do more awakenings. Maybe I'll prioritize those things. I guess maybe the thing to do is to do 2 of the critical paths, leave 1 alone. That way it doesn't move the story forward, and then we can still have the opportunity to do like the side critical ones, if that makes sense. Like it won't get taken away from us, but I think the upgrades are really helping us right now. So I'm going to do a critical path. Oh, I didn't realize they had another city out here, Oriclon. Obviously there's Ex Veritas over this way. And as you can see, we've actually got 1 green skull. I am curious what that means. Maybe it's because we awakened a tomb complex nearby, and once we do all 3 tomb complexes, then it's going to have a major attack. If 3 tomb complexes are awakened around the city, an attack on the city is triggered. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So we're about to complete this, and we just need 2 more, and we'll be able to attack the city. Okay, so it's starting to slowly come together, and if you have any questions, please let me know, because obviously I'm learning it with you, and I realize I may be talking kind of quickly. Yeah. It even says command protocol on the bottom. Oh, really? It does on awakening? Does it really? It does. You're right. So what Azagus is talking about on the bottom where it says sudden storm, you'll see in white. It doesn't stand out to me greatly, but it's in white lettering under gain accelerated 2. It says command protocol. And down here, it does not have that. So we'll just assume the ones that don't say command protocol are relics, and those that do are command protocols. Thank you for pointing that out. Very, very, very good observation. Thank you. In that case, let's just choose one of these. It's either skin and bones and starvation. I guess let's do skin and bones because it's here. And we are melee units. Apparently, we're going to be fighting against melee. Ooh, okay. What's the other one on starvation? I don't like fighting against all of those melee units with our melee units. They've got a Scorpec destroyer, range servitors. I guess let's do this one. We'll do starvation instead. Assist a group of destroyers for a Nihilarch Fukin set. Let's select this as a mission. Yeah. Food assumption.
Surely you, devoted to the dynasty's dominion as you are, can see as we do. Only the eradication of
you're hungry.
organic life can create a galaxy suitable for the Necrons.
Hey Baphomet, welcome. How's the game? I heard bad things about it. I don't know whether to get it or not. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you heard. So far, I at least enjoy it. I must admit, it feels a little linear so far, but then again, as we complete missions, it's expanding, and I actually am really impressed with the dialogue itself and the lore, because I don't know much about the Necron, but then again, I haven't gotten very far, and I haven't played number 1, so I don't have a comparison point, but I have heard things, and it does have mixed reviews, so maybe just get a feel for it by, you know, just checking it out with us, and maybe you can make that decision for yourself, because you probably know more about the titles and the lineage than I do, actually, at this point, because I'm still learning, but welcome, and happy Thursday. High five.
We were once biological, Nihilarch. My memories of that mortal form may be fragmented and painful, but I have no intention of rejecting them. I despise the invaders for their arrogance in infesting our world and thinking themselves our equals, not for the fact they still have bodies of flesh.
Typical destroyer. We're going to kill everything. They've got flesh to kill. Why are they not dead already? And she's like, a nuanced destroyer lady.
You will come to understand in due time. For now, I require only your obedience. A group of destroyers has shed much blood in Adeptus Mechanicus territory. They pursued their mortal prey with such honed purpose, They will soon be impossible to recall.
Isn't that good, though?
You wish me to lead your destroyers back to our domain? No, Vargard. You will annihilate the next Skitarii unit in their path, enforcing a pause in their rampage. Seeking fresh means to vent their wrath, they will return to the thickest of the fighting, where I may guide their destructive urges most effectively.
That's a really interesting insight, I feel. You can't really order destroyers to do things. Earlier when we went to awaken the Nile Ark, it was sort of, we were fighting all of her stuff, right? Destroyers were standing in her way. We were having to go through them in order to find her and awaken her. And when she awoke, she was like, why is everything still alive? It should be dead. Should I kill you? So it's kind of like the way that you control this is just, it sounds and feels like trying to control nature. You're sort of just trying to incentivize the swarm to move in a certain direction. Like, hey guys, there's more fighting over there. Don't you want to kill all that life? And you just remove the life that you don't want them to go towards, and then you harness the wave and ride it, right? So it does not seem super effective, but I guess, you know, she understands them a lot better than I do. All right, assist a group of destroyers for Nile Ark Uconcept. We'll get as many resources as possible. We're going to come in with Amilcar and his new units out here. So definitely love the Triarch Praetorians DFA for days. We have our Plasmancer that has the extra damage on it. Haven't really gone into play with them yet. Love the Canoptech Wraiths. I definitely like the Tesla Carmine Immortals. We currently have 7 out of 12 for our capacity, so we can manage to have the Scorpec Destroyers. And as much as I want to get the Necron Warriors, it fills out all of our capacity. So I'm actually going to get some flayed ones because we haven't really messed around with them too much. So those are the ones where when our enemies are below 50%, then we can actually attack twice. So let's go ahead and launch in and go. I do not know how many skirmishers there are here, but it seems like, oh, make that a lot. Oh my God, this is a longer one. Oh boy.
This region is flooded with Skitarii fleeing the destroyers or trying to regroup. We must not waste time exterminating irrelevant pests.
So I looked at the bottom outlining the pace of this mission. There's at least 3 skirmishes that are outlined right now. Now, if you think about Heki, longer engagements I don't mind. You can recover on your own. Granted, there are some points where you can recover health for, let's say, your leader, but for our units that are super aggressive, probably not. So I have a feeling this is going to be about conservation, protecting our health, and trying to balance the aggression to how much damage that we take. So we'll have to see.
I shall observe you in this endeavor, Vargard. Your conduct will determine whether the destroyer cult has a place for you.
I'm sure you'll find that it does.
The curse of the destroyer shall find no purchase in me, Nihilarch, no matter your opinion. Have you not already waded through abhorrent rivers of festering life? Try to truly conceive of a Kivroth cleansed of biological filth. You will find the truth.
The Royal Guard had to cross the battlefield rapidly, without being waylaid by the scattered Skitarii units. Nefershah's confident order saw them advancing unfettered towards the objective. Trench works. Cut through an abandoned stretch of trenches to make the best speed across the battlefield. Risky, no man's land, it's too vigilant to rise. Strike out across the open battlefield, trusting in speed and relentlessness to keep the Royal Guard intact against any incoming fire. Ridgeline. Send the Royal Guard along a ridge of high ground where the battlefield can be observed while on the move. Honestly, I feel like if we can, you know, get a view of the battlefield, maybe that's going to be better. So let's take Ridgeline.
The ridge proved a swift route towards the target area, and the Royal Guard noted several enemy positions as they traversed the high ground. Thus, Nefershah's tactical acumen was demonstrated once more.
Additional deployment zone next skirmish. Nice. Hopefully it'll be close to the enemy because we're about to enter the skirmish and we're a very aggressive group, right? So it's kind of interesting that out of all of the lords that would actually fight this mission on behalf of the destroyers, I feel like Amilcar fits probably the best. So we're going to get aggressive, we'll get in their face, we'll destroy our enemies, and then hopefully destroy them so hard we're not going to take that much damage. Amilcar must survive and Amilcar must reach the destination. Oh, different. This is not a kill situation. This is an escape situation. So what are we dealing with? That's different. We've got servitors that bypass defense. We've got rangers behind cover from our starting position. We've got 3 rangers on mid. We have 4 servitors on right, 5 servitors on right. So 3 rangers mid, 5 servitors right, 2 servitors near the destination. And we at least have this additional deployment zone, which is a much better position further away from the melee that they have. That's pretty cool. So I'm actually going to start out this way. We need some kind of screening. Plasmancers focus around damage, I believe, right? Plasmic Lance, Armor Crush, Living Light, Defense Down, Harbinger of Destruction. Each enemy within his tile radius will suffer 1 damage. We're not here to kill. We're here to escape. So how are we going to best affect that? Scorpec Destroyer. I mean, you can probably absorb some hits. We have our Immortals. The Wraiths, the Flayed Ones. Man, this does not feel good. I mean, I guess we could just be super aggressive on these guys here and try to get in the faces of these rangers and then just try to kite the other servitors away. So really, we're only fighting these 5 and running a delaying action as Amuka dashes down the field and tries to escape within 2 turns. Let's try to take that tack because we need to preserve as much of our health as possible. The Wraiths are probably not going to make it to the Ranger in time, and we don't have the Dominion level to take advantage of Wraith form yet. Scorpec Destroyer we found is well, actually, no. I don't know how far the Scorpec Destroyer can move. The Plasmancer is about dealing tick damage, and the Triarch Praetorians could probably benefit from that. So yes, we will bring the Plasmancer. We've got 2 more points to apply. The Scorpec Destroyer could charge in and start smashing people. I guess the Servitors will bypass his defenses, though, so that doesn't jive. So I think I'm going to bring Immortals instead, and we'll go range and get in their face all at the same time. Let's go ahead and just switch positions for the Chronomancer, or the Plasmancer, for his damage aura. And let's go. Here we go. All right, so first things first, I'm probably going to get right on top of the Rangers and try to make their lives difficult. If I jump in from here, don't have the range, so let's move first. They're going to fly right by. We're going to go ahead and utilize Judgment from on high and land right in the middle. Nice. I'm actually going to use our command protocol now, the Hungry Void. This unit's next melee attack will inflict +2 damage and bypass defense. We know this guy's got 3. This is 1 to 4 damage, so I want to guarantee it's a 3 to 6 range now. So we'll go in and give it to the Praetorian. And his melee damage will smack the Servitor. Guaranteed kill. Oh my god, he rolled maximum. Nice. And then we can blast the Particle Caster, bring him down to 2, and almost guaranteed when he tries to run in order to engage, he will die. So basically, that's a 2 for 1, and we'll end the turn. Next up, Oh, I did not see the Servitor behind us. I'm glad he was out. We're out of range. That's good for us. Good for us. Okay, let's stay on top of it. Stay on top of it. So who's up next? We got 1 more going after this. This guy could come in. He could smack us. This Servitor can't close the gap with us. Hamuka can move and charge, but is just charging for distance, not charging to close the gap and attack. The Plasmancer does have the AoE ball, I believe, we found out. And then our Immortals, well, they're not really a lot of grouping for us to chain, and I don't really need to hurt this Ranger. It's really this Servitor that I'm trying to get on top of. We stay in the middle here, and I think these Servitors might close with us. But then again, maybe that'll save us some damage. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try to get on top of these Rangers right here. So let's take a move. We'll dash on over and try to keep some distance from the other Servitors so that we will minimize the amount of Servitors coming on top of us. And we'll just impact this Ranger. You can see his placement on the timeline now that he's taken damage. He's actually in the 3rd group. We'll hit to drop defense, deal damage. Nice, he's got 2, so that almost guarantees that he's going to get taken out, but let's just do it anyway. Send that, drop in, beautiful. Now we're on Dominion level 2, and if we had Canoptech Wraiths, they'd be able to use the Wraith form. Servitor comes in, hits, bypasses, well, I guess not bypassing the armor, so that meant he rolled a 3, and we took 2 damage, and I don't have a way of healing that, unfortunately. So, Immortals, we do have a shot on the Servitor out here. We have another Immortal. He's a little closer. Can't get a shot on the Ranger. So let's just start moving Amoka. I'm gonna get up this way, charge down just to close the distance, and then we will end the turn in place. This is an interesting objective. Haven't really done a escape objective before. Alright, push it. We got an AoE ball. No range here. No one within our radius for damage tick. We don't have any defense to drop, so just end the turn in place. Servitors try to chase, but we are pushing too hard, too quickly, too fast, too furious. 360 no scope right behind us. Excellent. And the turn. Still get a little Dominion. We should be able to get Dominion level 3 after this next Immortal. He'll just push on up. We've already now cleared the command protocol from its cooldowns. Shot to finish, and there it is. High five. Dominion level 3. Beautiful. So the Ranger will go. He's forced to move. That one we took the hit. We're both on 6 out of 8. Ranger moves, takes the attack of opportunity, and dies. Beautiful. Servitor closes, hits. We take unnecessary damage, unfortunately, and it's on next turn. Now, ideally,
Scythe them down.
in theory, we can just leave, right? So Amaka reaches the destination, and that is it. So not the best use of aggressive troops like this, and we don't have a way of recovering their health as far as I'm aware. So hopefully we'll still be able to maintain tempo with all of the new skirmishes coming.
The location of the Skitari unit in the path of the destroyers. The enemy were dug in and clearly expected an assault from the Reapers, who had claimed so many of their kind.
If the destroyers get here, they will indulge in such a slaughter, they might never submit to our command protocols again. Attacking a prepared foe defies all strategic protocol, but it seems our only option.
I don't know if the bunnies know, but what's the deal with the destroyers? Like, it seems like they just, well, I mean, that they just want to destroy life, and if they destroy enough life, even though there's nothing else to destroy, they're sort, I guess they're going like through a bloodlust or something like that, and they ignore commands that the dynasty provides. I'm not entirely sure how that works, because it seems like the other Necron warriors, they observe protocols and things like that, whereas the destroyers, they're just sort of berserkers that submit to a bloodlust and then are uncontrollable, just sort of persuaded and incentivized to do things that you want them to do, right? Yet, for all of the perils of the situation, Nefershah's wisdom perceived a subtle approach to launching this magnificent assault. Shock assault, and this will actually cause a vigilance rise, so that's not good. Forgo battlefield ruses, storm the enemy directly, relying on the impact of a rapid, merciless attack. Sow terror. Take advantage of the enemy's fear by filling their communications with falsified signs of destroyer attacks. Undermine. Send in a vanguard unit to distract from the swarms of Canoptek scarabs approaching the enemy's makeshift defenses and begin the attack by detonating them. I mean, I like detonating things. That's awesome, but I don't know if we lose our scarabs. So I guess I'm going to sow terror in the meantime. Yeah. Technically, they're formally known as a destroyer cult, and considering Necrons are calling them a cult, they're probably pretty... Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Raiders' communications network overflowed with the recorded screams of panicking Skitari and the brutal sounds of destroyer weapons. Their response to the Vargard's advancing force was scattered and weak, and soon the humans were fighting at a disadvantage.
Kind of reminds me of Rhonda Snord and her heavy metal Highlander with the speakers blaring out bagpipes. It's striking fear in the enemy like psychological warfare, yeah? I think they're literally in a killing rampage. If they're part of the destroyer cult, they want to end all biological life in the galaxy. The Necrons are divided. Some want to return to flesh and regain their souls. Some want to remain immortal machines and slaughter all life. Okay, well, I guess they're part of the latter then, yeah? Thank you. From the Lexicanum wiki, such is their hatred of life that members of this destroyer cult hold that they will relentlessly scour a planet's organisms down to the microscopic level. Do they ever want to kill us, though? I mean, how are we on the same side? Don't we count as life? Wouldn't they try to kill us? Some enemies will suffer negative statuses on the next skirmish. I mean, that's a plus, but we're now 1 away from being at the next vigilance tier. We may need to sacrifice a unit on the next option in order to drop that so we don't hit that level, but but we'll have to play this one conservatively, I guess. Just cross your fingers we're going to be able to get out with minimal damage. You're kind of not-ish. But I mean, we've got energy pulses, and you'd say we're sentient, right?
They seek to hide from us. There is nowhere on our world a foe can find shelter. Leave none standing.
It will likely go the same way as the orcs. When you have no more external enemies, you'll turn on your own kind. Oh, God. So we got to keep finding them. Fortunately, there's no shortage of wars, right? Yeah. Enough to give you some space. Okay. So what do we have in front of us? We got to kill all enemy. So this is more of what we're used to. So we got rangers, 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 2 servitors, and anyone behind us? I don't see it. I mean, I like this scenario. All we need is 1 Triarch Praetorian right here. He's going to do incredible things. So let's get a Triarch Praetorian close by. I will get a Canoptech Wraith. We now have a higher Dominion level. They should be able to Wraith form through some things, so that'll be very helpful indeed. I might switch positions so they've got more choices of where they can, you know, wreak havoc. We'll have Amoka close by so they can get in and charge people. Although now that I think about it, if I start with Amoka in the thick of things, we can actually recover Amoka's health where we can't recover a unit's health on the very next little flag icon in the mission. So maybe it's better to lose health on Amoka here as long as they're not losing more than 50%, right? We will get our Triarch Praetorians, and then we've got 3 out of 5. We could get our Scorpec Destroyer. I'm going to get the Plasmancer. I really like that. Unfortunately, the Scorpec Destroyer really does require 2. We haven't really used him yet, but I guess it's because we get more actions with other things. And then I guess the Immortal, it's the same setup. I'm really liking this setup, so I'm kind of coming like this, and hopefully we'll be able to get a raised capacity for a skirmisher capacity, because then we could replace the Immortal with like the Scorpec Destroyer or something.
I am the blade.
So Amuka. I'm not in a place where I can charge this backline. I want to get someone there first, and then I'm going to charge in with Amuka. So let's get our Triarch Praetorian. I want to move forward just a little bit. The Power Rangers. We're going to dash into the backline right here. DFA. There it is. Oh, wow. So this guy's going next, huh? Excellent. Good to know. Let's blast him one with a particle caster. Up, there it is. Then we're going to apply extra damage on their next attack for melee on ourselves. Leave that guy alone. He'll have to move in order to get away from us. And then we'll smack this guy. There it is. High five. Oh, geez. Now we got Dominion level 2. In the turn, he tries to run a negatory Ghost Rider. The pattern is very full. Jeez, us. Holy moly. Well, we know it's it's not this guy anywhere on the timeline right now. So that leaves either of these 3 and then these 2 that are vulnerable. So let's get in their faces. We do have Amuka, so we're going to start towards the back here. Come on the back, charge this guy. Did we guess correctly? No, I didn't. I did not guess correctly, but sucks to be you. So aggressive. Yeah, super aggressive. All right, there comes a servitor. Okay, wonderful. Let's go in and get this other ranger. Now, obviously, there's also this ranger that I got to worry about. I suppose I could... Well, if I DFA, if I Immortal, this guy is not close enough. I guess I probably want to... If I attack this guy in melee, the problem is then this servitor is in range and I'll take unnecessary damage. So I'm going to take a bit of a gamble and I'm going to focus on this ranger instead. So let's get in, and I will attack from this position so that we actually have the ability to pass through him if we need to. Oh, there. That is brutal. This is... Well, if I pass through, though, then he's going to reach us is the problem. So I may just stay right there and end the turn, because if I end up here, the servitor can actually move and hit us on the diagonal, so I'm just going to leave it be. Apparently this ranger, I think, is to go next, right? No, it's a servitor. Perfect. So the servitor went first. That's perfect. So that's what we want to see, because that means both of the servitors have they've gone already, so they've committed. The next one going is this guy. That guy's definitely dead. Then it's this guy. So I'm not going to worry about this guy. I'm going to get someone to contest this person's position. So the perfect guy forward is the Triarch Praetorian. So we're just going to go ahead and move on in. We're going to Judgment from on high and dash right into place. There it is. Smack this guy. Excellent. Wow, that sucks. Shoot that guy. Excellent. Now they're both on 1. Fantastic. And the turn. All right, Plasmancer. How far forward can we move? All right. The problem here is that the Plasmancer only has such a radius. This is where I think having extra movement. I chose extra health. Choosing extra movement would have allowed us to move our radius a little closer, but we'll move as far as we are able, like this. You can see the radius is this dark black circle. It looks like we do encapsulate at least this ranger, but not this guy, who, you know, we do need to tend to. So I'm just going to soften this guy up first. There it is. And it crushes armor. Nice. We can also inflict living light. So inflict defense down on an enemy unit. If it's Dominion level 5, target will suffer 3 damage, and Dominion level 10 will bounce 2. Well, I mean, I guess let's hit that guy, and just cause. There, defense down, and we'll end the turn. No one's in melee. Nice tick. Enemy down. High five. So good. So good, so good, so good. Oh, there it is. All right, let's see what this guy has to do. And he leaves. Unfortunately, we already did our attack of opportunity, so unfortunately we took a tick of damage there, and that's not great, but it is what it is. All right, it's not too shabby. They could make the radius a bit more visible. It's kind of easy to miss. Yeah, I guess it depends on what the radius is. The blue one on the Chronomancer is easier to see because it's a blue circle, and it makes sense because the shields or the defense is blue. In this case, it's damage, so I guess it's supposed to look like a black line of decay. But yeah, a little more evident would be very, very helpful for sure. This guy's got 1. This guy's got 1. So really all I have to do is end my turn, covering them in our radius of death, and we're generally going to be fine. So I'm gonna move up on this guy, slash this guy, hit him a little bit, end the turn. That guy dies. And then there was 1. And then there was 1. My goodness, there's only 1 guy left. Isn't that impressive? My goodness. Well, you know, let's tend to that guy. That's not bad. Excellent. Wow. How fitting. So synergistic. Wonderful. Isn't that incredible? My goodness. Wow. No one would have thought it would be so effective. That's incredible.
We have scoured this place of the enemy. The destroyers will find nothing to indulge their bloodthirst here.
You claim no sympathy to our goals, Farguard. Yet you are so thorough in exterminating these creatures. My destroyers were led astray by one of their number. A Skulpek cursed with lingering intellect. He has forsaken my command protocols entirely and hunts willfully in defiance of my direct orders.
I trust you will find a means of correcting this situation.
I already have. You are going to eliminate him.
Well, that sucks. You've reached a waypoint. Choose one or more of the following directives. You can sacrifice one of your Triarch Praetorians and reduce the vigilance by 2. We still have a whole nother set of things to, like, decisions to make. So unfortunately, I think I'm going to do that. I just don't know which one it'll sacrifice. I wish I could choose the one almost dead. So we're going to sacrifice one of the Praetorians, and we're going to generate more Dominion, and we will confirm. So there it is. It did choose the more damaged one, thank goodness. Thank goodness.
The Adeptus Mechanicus were not content to watch the Royal Guard complete their objectives. Reserve units were sent forth to cut off the Royal Guard.
Relentless as insects, but nothing beyond our capacity to overcome. We will fight them on our terms this time.
Nevershaw prepared the Royal Guard to receive the enemy, maximizing the mastery of the battlefield. Pincer Trap. Split the Royal Guard to catch the attacking Skitarii in a murderous crossfire. Enhanced protocols. Spend a few minutes of respite to improve the tactical protocols of the Royal Guard so they will act with greater cohesion. Improvised defenses. Raise simple barricades to obstruct the human advance. Honestly, if we can take what units that we have and make them more effective, I think it's just going to be better for this type of army. So we're going to use enhanced protocols.
As Sankhotep once ruled, so we shall fight. With determination and wisdom, never to stray from the goal of the dynasty's glory.
Spend a few minutes of respite. We get 5 more dominion and we gain 1 vigilance. I guess that's not too crazy, but I'll take it. I guess it's something. All right, so we got our skirmish. It says this is the last one, but I do not know. So we'll have to find out. And I apologize. I've got some technical issues happening in the background, so I was trying to suss them out, but I don't think I can figure it out in time, so... Today has been a technical issue day, it seems.
Skitarii units were aware of the Vargard's presence and were gathering to meet the new threat. Nefershah's force pursued the rogue destroyer across the battlefield, beset by fragmented Skitarii attacks.
Push on and close the distance. This renegade has made himself easy to find. But if we are slowed down here, he could vanish into the bedlam of war.
So are we doing all of this to basically gain control of 1 destroyer? I'm assuming it's like a Skorpek destroyer just based off of what I have seen in the icons, but that seems like a lot. So I gotta kill all these enemy units and our leader must survive. So very much like the last one. We've got 3 servitors in the front. We've got 2 rangers in the rear. We've got 1, 2 more rangers, 3 rangers, so 5 rangers in the rear. We have 1 Skitarii Vanguard Alpha, that's the irradiated pistol wielder, and then the 3 servitors out here. So we probably want to dash around, clean up, and come around the outside, have the servitors try to chase us, and then we'll go from there. I guess now is a great time to bring out our own destroyer. So we're going to go ahead and try that one. Probably not the best in this scenario here. Probably not the best here because he actually has to fit to be able to move. So the only place where he's going to be able to do that is out this direction. So we're going to have our Skorpek destroyer on this side because we're down a Triarch Praetorian. We'll go ahead and have a Triarch Praetorian on this side so that it can start dashing into the back line with these rangers right here. Plasmancer seem to be very helpful. We'll have Amoka on the charge. I guess I could get Amoka. I'm going to have him up this way so that they can move up this way and then charge into the back line, ideally, if they can make it. And then we've got 1 more point. It's either the Wraith to move and start slashing into people, or we get a little bit of crowd control. We might need it, so I'm actually going to take an Immortal and we'll have him here as well. So let's go. Let's go. All right, so never really used the Skorpek destroyer, so it can move a pretty decent amount, but it's going straight into all the servitors. I guess that's not a bad thing. I should probably prioritize getting into the back line of all the rangers first, so I think I'm going to do that. So let's see about jumping back here. We get into this position. I think I can only really hit 2 at a time, so we'll just jump from this position immediately. Try to mark him on the timeline. So decent impact. We marked this guy. He's actually going next, so good to know. We'll go Hungry Void. That's +2 attack on the next melee attack. Do a defensive down strike, 3 to 6. Hits a massive 5. Ranger has to move. It'll trigger our 1 attack of opportunity unless we eliminate him immediately. So we'll go ahead and do that so that it doesn't eat up our attack of opportunity for the turn. And that's a clear. So he's off. We only have to worry about 1 unknown on this first turn. It is a servitor's movement. He moves on the destroyer. Okay, fair enough. And he's bypassing the defenses, but not the armor. Fair enough. Okay, well, I guess let's get him. Amoka. I was hoping I could charge just 1 tile further. This is where gaining accelerated would have been helpful, but I can't go quite far enough. I could go out this way, charge into the pipe, and strike him once, and still challenge his position, but it's nowhere near as good as getting some damage out of the strike as well. Although, I think there's a little bit of an arc. Let's try it. We've got Amoka. Let's go ahead and push as far as Amoka can go. We charge out this way. We do have a cleave, so we actually do get a land a hit there. Nice. Okay, big solid hit. Smack him. He's apparently on the next wave of hostiles, so if we can clear that, we reduce the next wave of hostiles down to 1 again. So send it. And he's going to go, and he's going to get an attack of opportunity. Ranger shot on. Hits for 2. That's actually max 3, but armor mitigates 1, and we take out the other Ranger. Perfect. Very, very nice start. I don't mind that at all. For our Immortals, we cannot move because the Skorpek Destroyer is blocking us. Fortunately, the Skorpek Destroyer does have Agile, so that does allow us to leave the attack of opportunity zone of something like the Servitor, but I'm not going to do that. We're just going to come around, clear the way for the Plasmancer and our Immortal, and we'll smack this Servitor for one hit. Okay, so I see why he's called the Destroyer. That's terrifying. That is terrifying. That's not even the buffed attack. That's a Hyperphase Reaper Blade can deal up to 6 damage in a 90-degree... Yeah, that's a cleave. So if there were multiple Servitors, he'd hit all of them. Okay, fair enough. I can imagine an attack of opportunity from this guy would suck. Yeah, just one hit. Shot to Amakov, full block. Because he stood still, got maximum damage. Maximum damage roll is 3 out of the 2 to 3 range. And we had 1 armor and 2 defense. So he's committed. And that leaves these 2 Servitors, this Skitarii Vanguard Alpha, and then this Ranger adjacent, who will take a little bit of damage before he can fire. So he will not get a guaranteed max roll. I probably want to have our Immortal move behind the Destroyer. So use the Destroyer as a shield and blast and chain through the Servitors. Get him marked up. There it is. So a little bit of damage. Servitor moves to engage. Does not land it. And all we need to do is get close enough without being right on top of these Servitors, and we'll actually give a nice tick, right? So he can hit us back if we're not careful. So we're just going to move as far forward as we can. We can put a defense down, but not really necessary. We got Dominion level 4 right now. Dominion level 5 will actually deal 3 damage. So in the meantime, we can put just a shot. Although actually I'm going to hold, because if I put a shot on this Servitor, it might clear the way. He can actually move in and might hit our Plasmancer. So I'm going to end the turn in this position. Vanguard exposes. He's got the irradiated pistol. Hits us, defense down. Takes the shot, and we're in a dormant state. Ranger sends a long-range shot, hits the Scorpec Destroyer, but he's got the health to take it. Servitor moves as far as he can and is unable to engage. Perfect. So let's go in the turn order here. So we've got our Skitarii Ranger. Our Praetorian is completely down, so we're actually, because of irradiated, the damage tick took. So we're going to have to actually resuscitate him, probably spend living metal if we want to get him back on the next time. And we just need to choose who can actually reach that guy. I don't think any of us can, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think any of us can reach him. We can't jump through people or anything like that. So maybe I'll just push up and start harassing the Ranger in front of him and try to start to clear the way. He has to move. He sends a shot. He only hits the defenses for 2. That's excellent. I can probably pull back with our Plasmancer. We'll send a shot at one of the Servitors. Clear him. And we're still at Dominion level 4. And the turn. There's a tick. There's the tick. Beautiful. So the Plasmancer's aura cleared that last Servitor. Attack of opportunity cleared that last Ranger, and we basically have 2 Rangers and the Alpha, and then we are clear. So we've got our Scorpec Destroyer. Again, mobility is the limiting factor, and then our Immortal. So let's just... can get a shot here. I don't know if it's going to bounce, but it looks like it will. It's ranged. It's not melee focused, so unfortunately Hungry Void won't help us. Nice, we'll do 2 to each. Now everyone's marked on the timeline. And our Scorpec Destroyer will just move wherever he can, and I guess tank some stuff. Vanguard Alpha with the expose. Ranger shot on Destroyer. Oh, wow, he's moving closer to the Destroyer. Bravest Ranger ever. So because we lost our Praetorian, we can actually get another drop here. I'm going to get a Wraith, and I'm going to drop him right here. Actually, I'll put him over to the right side, so he's got a more direct path, and deploy.
I obey.
So who's up next? This guy? Okay, perfect, perfect. The good news is we now have access to our Tachyon arrow. So we can charge in this way, smack both, clear one guy, hit the next, clear that guy, and then shoot this guy with a frickin' Tachyon arrow. High five! Dear God, there it is. So unfortunately, we lost a unit, so that's something we're gonna have to spend living metal on, I believe, to get it back. But not too shabby. At least we did reclaim during our stratagems, and we get +5 living metal at the end of this engagement anyway.
The rogue Destroyer had carved a path of bloodshed through the Skitari, which Nefashah's force followed to find him. At the end of that Crimson Trail, he made his final stand.
Oh, do we have to fight him?
Submit at once. You are a disgrace even to Ukoncep's wretched sword. At least their mad slaughter may serve the throne's purpose. Your kind are truly beyond hope. Would that Sankhotep had cast you all out long ago.
Oh, there's another fight. Okay. I guess we did not recover this destroyer, so I would imagine that the Nihilarch will not like this. They'll probably blame us for the outcome, which is honestly not surprising. Kill the Scorpek destroyer. That's all we must do. Amilcar must survive. So we've got a lot of flayed ones. We've got Necron warrior on the left side, I'm assuming with the Gaussian Reapers. They've got rapid fire when they get closer. We've got Skitari Rangers. Ooh, interesting mix. We've got a Lich Guard with shield and the destroyer's way in the back. So we got to cleave our way all the way back there, and we're all out of Praetorians, so we'll have to make do with what we got. I guess since we're not at half health yet, although we are close, the flayed ones are going to do massive damage to the Scorpek destroyer, so maybe we'll have the Scorpek destroyer on the right side. He'll start cleaving into the squishy rangers. Let's do that. The Plasmancer would be great for a group like this on the left side with all the ticks, so we'll kind of have him maybe behind a little bit of a Linus, well, not really a Linus sight break, just force the melee units to come around an edge, which will be awesome. The Canoptek Wraiths have good health, so they should be able to challenge the flayed ones a little better. And then we've got one more point. We can do Immortals to thin out the herd. I mean, the Tesla Carbine is just amazeballs. I guess if I had to hit anyone with Amilcar, I'd probably stay more on the right side, because then Amilcar could charge, help take out the range, and then push on to the Scorpek Destroyer, which is the real target, right? This is the only objective. We just got to kill this guy in the back. That's it. Everyone else is just a close second. And then I guess I'll get our... You know what? If we stay melee, we can get on the warriors. They've got to run away as well. It's going to be tough with all the flayed ones. So here we go. I love it. You play as a faction that proved the hypocrisy of Adeptus Mechanicus. Oh. Do we know? Hey, Christy, high five. Have we murdered the annoying guy yet? No, but apparently our secret weapon is not what I thought it was. It was a treasure map and a demon. So there's a demon that is now hounding us, and we're trying to play nice with the Eupatridae, the traitors, right now. So we gotta do their bidding and take out this destroyer, unfortunately. So I'm gonna start with... If I get Amilcar here, I could charge in here and swing, but I won't be able to hit both. I could come out this way, charge, and smack that guy. Let's just get the Scorpek Destroyer. He's got quite a cleave. So if I get in this way, can I hit both? Yes. So the answer is yes. I did not buff his attack. I could have given him 2 more damage, but you know what? That will suffice. Honestly, I'm glad that he's on our side, and good job. All right, let's move to the next. That's terrifying. Okay, dodge that. Excellent. That's one of our 2 dodges for the Canoptek Wraiths, like Squiddy from the Matrix. Oh, that's his second dodge, and he's still untouched. Phenomenal, phenomenal. All right, so what do we got to do here? We do not have the AoE Blast. We do have our Canoptek Wraiths. So this guy went, that guy went. I do want to keep on top of those Rangers so they can't generate any sort of, I guess, like cognition force. I come out this way and I charge that way. It's just going to move me closer, but maybe it takes me in range. Maybe. If I come out this way and then charge this way, I would probably be in range of this Ranger. If I come out this way and charge in, I think I'll be in range of this guy and maybe even get the cleave. I'm going to take a bit of a risk here. We're going to come out this way, charge in here. Oh, I overshoot. But I am in range for at least this gentleman, so let's just hit him in the face and at least we'll mark him on the timeline. There it is. Now he's marked on the timeline. Excellent. And the turn. He does try to go next. Up! He does survive. He sends a blast. But we block it and we are good. So that was a damage 3, but it cleared our defenses and the armor mitigated a lot. Now, this Canoptek Wraith has more dodge. This Canoptek Wraith has consumed... The enemies consume both of the dodge for this turn. So I'm actually going to move this Canoptek Wraith into the danger zone, and hopefully they're going to be shooting at him, and at least he'll have a chance to come out all scot-free if he is so lucky. So I guess it just depends where it is that I want to push. The flayed ones are right on top of us. If I stay on the outside, then at least I'll be able to keep them a little more organized. So let's come on the outside of the flayed one. I could Wraith form this way. I could Wraith form this way and I would start striking the flayed one. Let's do that. I'm gonna Wraith form this way, deal damage as I pass through. He's got 5 health here. We're gonna attack for 4, or I can Hungry Void on him and get a guaranteed, you know, 4 to 5. And we did 8. Flayed one is down, phenomenal. So now we can also trans-dimensional beamer. Let's beam the flayed one. There it is. Eat that. Beautiful. Nice. We're now at Dominion level 3. Yeah. Destroyer cults are always scummy. They sure sound like it. But then again, the Eupatridae in general, they're the scummy ones in this whole engagement, it seems. All right. So we got Canoptech Wraith and our Plasmancer. Now, I guess if we just keep moving with the Wraith, we can move to the side here, phase through to the other side, hit him. And I'm just going to hang tight in place. Oh, that guy tried to move. Dude, like I said, you remember how I said an attack of opportunity from the Scorpic Destroyer is going to suck? The big giant Lich Guard with a big giant tower shield could not handle the heat. He could not handle the heat. My goodness. Organism has been removed from the field of battle. Very nice indeed. We're going to go in and push it on in. I'm going to go ahead and we're at Dominion level 3. It's not Dominion level 5, so we don't get the extra damage on it. I wish we did, but so I guess I'll just we'll hope we roll high and we'll see what happens. Close, not quite there. We do have melee, but I'm not in range and end the turn. Oh, but I forgot about that last tick. There it is. Everyone within the radius takes 1 point of damage. I forgot about it, so it was enough. I take that back. There's one of those dodges. We still have 1 left, and now the dodges have been reset. High five. All right, stay aggressive, stay aggressive. There's the Necron warrior. We just want to stay right on top of him. So we're going to hug the edges right here. We're going to smack this guy. Excellent. And just stay right there. He moves, he dies. Radius be good for taking out the reanimation. That's right, you're so right. My goodness, you're right. Well, tell you what, we've got a cleave pattern, right? So can the Scorpic Destroyer, if he's here, can he reach both of those guys? Because can he cleave through cover? Yeah, he can. Okay, so there was a block. Okay, you get the idea. He's very strong. Let's. he's very strong. So, I'm sorry if I ever insulted you. Let's not think too much on that. Let's just stay safe. Here's a Scorpic Destroyer. Definitely don't want to be close to that guy, so we're just gonna come around this side and hide behind the Ranger. How about that? I'm not even gonna actively attack him. We're just gonna let him run away and die. So we'll just end the turn. There it is. So he's moving as far as he can. Sucks he can't reach us. Yeah, strong. How's the Scorpic Destroyer? It's not bad. It's not bad, that Scorpic Destroyer, let me tell you. It's not bad. Okay, so we got reanimation potential for the Lich Guard. We've got reanimation potential for this guy unless we move the Plasmancer, which we will. We do have this guy, but that guy's basically dead Ranger walking, so that leaves just this Necron Warrior that we need to deal with. So what are our options? Canoptech Wraith, Plasmancer, that's it. So we're going to go ahead and move in and gang up all on this Necron. It's fortunate that we can fly. That's awesome. So let's go ahead and do the Hungry Void. Get +2 attack on the next melee roll. We will pass through so that we can do a melee roll. I didn't realize I couldn't in that position, and then we'll smack this guy really hard. Excellent. High five. 9 damage. Oh, and we can also shoot a blaster. Yeah, shoot that guy. Excellent. Now, the Plasmancer does have Living Light, and we are now at Dominion level 5, which is awesome. So I'm gonna move as close as I can in order to envelop the Scorpic Destroyer. I think if I'm looking at the black circle, it is very faint, but I think he is inside of it. We're gonna do Living Light. We now have Dominion level 5. It's also gonna deal 3 damage and crush his, is it defense down? That's right, defense down. So defense down. It actually dealt damage. It was mitigated by the armor, and then we do a 1-point tick in order to clear a lot of these reanimation protocols. Nice! And the Scorpic Destroyer got an attack of opportunity. That's crazy, my goodness. Hey, welcome, 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 Raiders. Hopefully you had a wonderful stream. Thank you so much. I have never been the subject of a swell raid. Thank you so much. If you're joining us right now, we're currently just playing around with the most aggressive Necron on the field, the retinue of Amuka. Hopefully you're doing well, and happy Thursday. High five. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for swinging on by. Sebelig, Skurples, is it, how do you, I don't want to mispronounce your name. Is it Swishi, right? I am Tyroki's sister. Nice. Welcome. High five, buddies. If you haven't heard of Tyroki, and who hasn't, definitely a great bunny out there. Definitely worth your time. Very, very entertaining. A great one. And I didn't even know Tyroki had a sister, so that's excellent. Thank you so much for swinging on by, and welcome. Happy Thursday again. High five. Welcome, yeah. Swooshy. I dig it. Swooshy it is. Thank you so much for correcting me. If you're joining us right now, as you can see, we're playing around with some melee units, and so far they've been pretty good. We got to take out this big old guy, but fortunately we've got a big guy of our own, and he is proving to be quite formidable, it would seem. It seems like this warrior is going to go before him, and then the Necron, the Scorpic Destroyer itself. Let's just focus on that guy and do the most that we can. So we'll get our Wraith inbound, smack him. There it is. Good damage, good hit, and the turn. And then we're just going to move in with our own destroyer and give him a nice big old tick. There it is. We have a little bit more where that came from. Let's give him a Tachyon arrow. Enemy down. Beautiful. High five. I'm Tyroki's big sister, but he thinks he's the big brother. Such a silly little bro. Oh boy, I didn't realize that that was not enough to kill it, because I forgot I need to clear it from its reanimation protocol. I should have been adjacent, but I was not, yeah? So does he have like a little sister and a big sister? I hope I'm not intruding upon his privacy or anything, but that's awesome that you guys all stream. That's epic. Is that enough? Excellent. High five. Yeah, kind of like, oh, I don't remember his name in World of Warcraft. He was like an end raid boss, wasn't he? I never fought against him in WoW.
So I see. And the destroyers gather at the crux of battle. The better to reduce festering biology to inert chemistry. We move ever closer to a sterile, perfected galaxy.
They really do like sterility. That was like the first word out of Ukansep's mouth when we awoke them. So very interesting. No, good. We're not really related. Okay. Well, you know what? In that case, I know in a Filipino household, everybody's your family. So honestly, you are his family as far as I'm aware.
Nefershah did not give voice to her thoughts, for the destroyers were anathema to her, dedicated not to the rightful throne, but solely to their philosophy of extinction. Ukansep, like the other Eupatridae, would have to eventually fall.
I do like that they detail in her inner thoughts that all the Eupatridae have to fall. I'm so glad, because they were traitors in the story, and I really hope that they have to pay. Yeah. Well, Lurk, hope you have a lovely bunny. Thank you, Swooshy, and thank you again for the raid. I hope you have a good rest, and I really appreciate the support. Thank you very much, and high five. All right, so we got Living Metal, Dynastic Awakening for our tech tree, Eminence points for Amuka, and we actually did lose one of the Praetorians, and we do have to pay Living Metal to get it back, I believe. So let's continue. So not too bad, everything considered. We fought against quite a lot of odds, so we only suffered one, I guess, unit of attrition. Hopefully it's not too expensive to get on back. I'm curious if they're higher tier, if you have to pay more to bring them back, which would obviously make sense to me, but ideally we don't have extra living metal just lying around, so it'd be nice if we didn't have to spend it, right? Yeah. Illidan, thank you so much. Gosh, it's been so long. I'm glad.
The Royal Guard has engaged Hegemheim's warriors as the Nemesaur commanded.
Are you playing for the Silent King, the king of faction you play as? Well, he's silent now. We were playing for our Pharaoh Sankhotep, for Sankhotep III of the Sankhotep dynasty. But he has perished early on in the story just because of his Eupatridae. They betrayed him and left him to die. So they've taken his place, and now they're holding control of the throne room. And as his former right arm, we're sort of placating them. We're doing missions on their behalf and building up our forces all at the same time. We've also been summoned to find some secret weapon, and I thought it was going to be something really cool and different, but instead it was the Deceiver in a Tesseract prison. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Yeah, Demon Hunter was added as an advanced class, starts at higher. Oh, with the glaives, the glaives like Illidan. That's cool. That's really cool. My Varguard, the Royal Guard, has engaged Hekam warriors as the Nemesaur commanded.
And the result?
I relayed your instruction for the Royal Guard to be less than vigorous in combating the Nemesaur's warriors. The battle was drawn out and without spectacle or honor. It is thus ill-suited for the demonstration Hekam desired.
That's cool. So I think what's happening right now, before the mission that we just undertook for the Nihil we had a little side thing where Hekam, he's like the big general of the legions, right? He said, hey, there's these Necron units that are kind of useless. They kind of suck. We'll just make a display of them, and we will kill them and meet steel versus steel on the battlefield in front of all the Necron, and it will demonstrate our might and power and the need to get rid of them because they're weak. And so here, you're sort of getting the aftermath of that, which is like, you know what? We made sure that it wasn't as cool of a display as he was hoping for. In fact, we told our Necron to be as gentle as possible and just put them to sleep. So we're kind of fighting back passively aggressively, which is kind of excellent. And robbing Nechem, or his name is, Hekam, not Nechem, Hekam of the joy of the slaughter.
Hekam will have to cope with disappointment.
So much disappointment.
If the Nemesaur is half the strategist he considers himself, he will learn not to use the Royal Guard for such wasteful purposes again.
Excellent. Execute an inefficient unit of Necron warriors in glorious combat. Not so glorious combat, just sort of combat-ish. So Obesis now gets an eminence point, and we get a little extra living metal. Phenomenal.
Varguard, your service is required in a matter of interest to us both. Jepka's scrabbling through human records has unearthed the existence of a shipborne weapon they call the Exterminatus.
Yes, I am familiar.
It is said to be reserved for annihilating the population of an entire world.
Yes. Please tell me that as the leader of the Destroyer cult here on Kivroth, you're not interested in acquiring said Exterminatus virus, because I don't think that'd be good to have in your hands.
Such a feat is well within the reach of Necron technology. But one would imagine that if the Adeptus Mechanicus possessed this capability, they would have already unleashed it against us.
Not if they think that they can take us out.
It could be a weapon that affects only biological entities. Or perhaps the humans are loath to damage a planet they covet. I am sure you are as eager to know the details as I. Scour their networks and archives. If they might use this weapon before our own arsenal fully awakens, we should be forewarned.
I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. At least they're being cautious. Do you get to meet the rogue trader? I have no idea. That would be a story thing for sure, yeah?
I shall assign my finest cryptech to the task, Nihilarch.
The Destroyer cult would scream in the loudest speaker to use the weapon. Yes, Exterminatus. Acquire intelligence on the Exterminatus, a rumored human weapon. Well, you can see that a lot of our people have actually returned from their assignments. So I'm going to take Fakon, and I'm going to assign them to the magical bullet as the task. So we've completed Hekam stuff. We did Starvation for Yukoncept, and now at Unlock Magic Bullet, we'll have finished that. And the only thing left will have to be to placate Jebka of the third of the Eupatridae. Now, there are other things that we can do outside of doing that, and that includes a Temple Assault. That includes reclaiming new territory and getting more space on the map, which I assume will unlock new awakenings available. And we've got, it looks like Ominek and Obesis available for side missions. So let's take a look at what they have available for side missions. We got Awaken the Tomb Complex out here. This is going to be the second of the third necessary in order to assault Ex Veritas as a city as a whole. We've got Raised Tomb Complex out in the distance, close to Oraclon, which is a different settlement. And that one will unlock new dynastic awakening points. That's awesome. Assign a leader to raise a tomb complex from beneath Kivroth's surface, earning dynastic awakening points upon completion. Very powerful, but it does have a 2-turn duration, it seems. They do have 2 places where we can do that. For 2 turns, we only have 2 people to assign, and we've got Awaken a Tomb Complex and Awaken the Dynasty. What's the difference? Awaken the Dynasty is a 3-turn thing. Assign a leader to oversee reactivation protocols of this Awakened Tomb Complex, amplifying its ancient power and earning dynastic awakening upon completion. Interesting that it takes longer. It's 3 turns of delay, and then you get 1 point. I guess these are better because it's 2 turns of delay and you get a point. So, I mean, they're very powerful points we needed to raise in the tech levels, so very, very strong. And then we also have 1 standard assignment out here, Magic Bullet, but we're already on it. So I guess on that note, we do have 2 people we can assign. So let's do the 2 Raised Tomb Complexes for 2 turns. And that'll take these guys out for 2 turns, but it will hopefully reward us with 2 awakening points, which is very, very powerful indeed. I should probably, before I do that, just make sure that I can, you know, pull some of their command protocols and stuff off, because I believe if I don't do that, then I won't be able to do it later. And I just want to make sure that if I want to use them, I can. So I'm just going to unequip them. I do have a point to apply to a basis, so I guess I will unlock a Canoptic Spider for him. Like that, and then now I can deploy them on their missions. So we're gonna go Raised Tomb Complex, 1 for Ominek, and there's another Raised Tomb Complex over here, and we've got 1 for Obesis, just like that. Yeah, excellent. Why unleash the Death Star on a problem when a Fly Swatter will do? Because Death Stars are fun. And they've got cool factor. Exterminatus, that is the nuke that destroys the planet. Yes, exactly. All right, we got 1 awakening point. We can continue to push. So let's see. Relentless Expansion. Increase the amount of living metal earned per mission by 5. Oh, nice. So just passively. That's pretty epic. We can also go down below. Increase leader skirmish deployment capacity by 1. Oh, excellent. I'm curious if that's for all leaders or not, because that's super powerful. That's very, very, very strong. I may actually do that. And I guess, I don't know if you have to equip it as a relic or something. I don't think so. It's just a decree, so I think that affects everybody. There's also Rapid Reanimatrix. Decrease the time it takes for a unit to reanimate in Leader's Court between missions by 1. Oh, okay, so that's if you don't want to pay the living metal cost, I believe, yeah? And Rumsey, thank you so much for the redemption of Hydrate. Much appreciated. And Prost. Because we have a Death Star and we want an excuse to use it. Oh, absolutely. I'm going to do Subjugation Decree. So you remember how I couldn't deploy the Scorpec Destroyer because I didn't have enough skirmish capacity? That should actually adjust that a little bit and make that possible. So that's going to be great. For Amoka, we do have points to apply. Reanimating court units. Okay, here we go. When a unit in a Lord's Court is killed during a mission, it will not be available for use until it has been reanimated. You can spend living metal to reanimate such a unit immediately. So that's this guy right here. It's going to cost us 10 to reanimate the Praetorians. I find them invaluable to Amoka. It's going to take 3 turns in order to get it back unupgraded outside of the Awakening, where we can shorten that tempo. But we'll come back to that one because we can't deploy him anyway right now. He's recovering at the moment. So let's take a look. We've got 2 points to apply. We can get more Triarch Praetorians. So that's one way to get around the issue, is just get more Triarch Praetorians. We can increase our skirmish deployment capacity again, which actually between the decree and this one, it's going to be another 2 points. That's enough to get a Scorpec Destroyer on the field. So I think I will, in fact, do that. I could spend the point for the Praetorian, or I could get Flayed Ones plus 1 HP or more defense for our Lord. I'm going to unlock the new Praetorians out here. So we'll get another unit of Praetorians. That way we don't have to spend our living metal on accelerating the recovery here. Instead, we can accelerate, you know, just upgrade the existing Praetorians in this place. I think the health was probably the most useful thing. The movement wasn't as necessary just because they can DFA from above. So it's standing tall and standing there for as long as possible was incredibly important. And I did like agility because it allowed us to move around through the thick of combat in melee range, without worrying about attacks of opportunity. That was super strong. So we'll go ahead and have those keyed up and ready until we can get tier 2. So very, very nice. As far as Heki goes, we already applied the points. We could get more Canoptech Wraiths, but I don't think we need it. We already have the extra health on the Scarabs and extra skirmish deployment, so we should be able to already see the effects of that immediately. I guess one thing that we could check are some of the new command protocols and relics that we have unlocked, if there's anything that benefits his playstyle a little better. So right now we've got access to Vengeful Stars. That's the curse that does +1 max damage against the target and also generates 2 Dominion on kill. We've got Killing Surge. That's Last Strike and Aggressive Defense that takes an allied unit and gives them both of those effects, where they get like a Blade Storm effect if someone enters their melee range, and if they die and their enemies in melee range, they'll strike out. We've got Tireless Guardian. I like this one. Remove all statuses, both positive and negative, so if we get Luminogen or anything that is a debuff, we can clear it. And we've got Unblinking Gaze in order to get maximum damage. Very useful if you're using something like the Tesla carbines, because you can guarantee that the arc is going to hit for 3 across the board. But I don't think any of those is necessarily better than what we already have. And I've actually found the Osteoclave Fulcrum to be very good at blocking enemies in. Haven't really used the Spectral Relocation that much, so if I were to change to, let's say, from the Osteoclave Fulcrum to like Mind Shackle Nanoscarabs, where we can deal damage and consume Dominion level, we'll lose access to the higher level, I guess, like buff. But I don't know if that's necessarily worth it, because 1 extra defense on Heki isn't that great. So I think I'm going to stick with what we got. I just wanted to see what the possibilities were, and we will move on from there. So Lord's Chamber, out to the war map, and now we get to go in another critical path. So we've already done all of the critical paths. I want to avoid Skin and Bones until we've done the other ones. So let's take him into, let's say, like Territory Reclamation. This is for an Eminence point for him for upgrades, and we go into new territory and we expand around Dix Veritas, probably allowing us to accelerate our attack on the city. So we'll take Heki, unknown enemy units across the board. That's terrifying. And let's do it.
The position of Vargard demands not only martial skill, but the ability to lead in their Pharaoh's stead. Sankhotep's dynasty was well served in this. For Nefershah's mind possessed a strategic brilliance as sharp as any in the galaxy.
I'm waiting for you to get Nightbringer. It looks like the Grim Reaper. Oh, do we get? I don't know what that is, but that sounds cool. All the tombs are technically bunkers. If we use their own Exterminatus, it would wipe out organic life in the surface, leaving Necron relatively unharmed. Nice! Good for us. Yes, in that case, yes, we do want to give our destroyer Exterminatus.
The humans seek always to claim more ground, like the vermin they are. They seek to swarm and surround our warrior legions. But we have waged war since before their ancestors stood upright. Their every fumbling stratagem is laid bare before us. Cryptek.
I attend upon you, my Vargard.
I have identified a region crucial to the human assaults being staged against our legions. Reclaiming it will justly curtail their capacity to advance. The speed and prowess of the Royal Guard can see it done. Deploy them immediately.
I think what scares me the most, so far we've been fighting against the Adeptus Mechanicus. We've seen a little bit of a Space Marine chapter, and then we've also been fighting against other Necron. So far, when we're reclaiming this territory in the mission briefing, it actually says unknown for all enemy types, which means the enemy we're about to go up against, we've never seen before. So I kind of feel it's a good thing that we've got Heki doing this sort of task, because in the unknown, sustain and survivability is probably going to be key, as opposed to aggression and just pure all-out madness. So still scary, but maybe I feel a little more comfortable with this setup. Territory Reclamation, we're going to just go in for maximum rewards, and we will just play it as we normally have. Here we go. So we've got our Immortals. We're going to choose the Tesla Carbines this time, so not the Gaussian Blasters. We'll choose these Immortals. Deathmark's definitely very helpful. Pinpoint damage. Chronomancer has that big orb blob, the AoE, that hits a few times, and it also has Divination to prevent damage. The Canoptech Spider is a bunny favorite. Definitely want to use that. We've got Canoptech Wraiths, and then we will fill out the rest with Scarab Swarms, because they now have 1 point extra health, allowing them to come in at 6 And after all, for the feeder mandibles, +1 max damage for every 2 HP the unit has remaining. So they're gonna actually have an extra point of damage on the damage range that they didn't have before. So excellent, yeah. Too quiet for orcs, no point for nids. Don't think the planet's in the same area as the Tau. So who's left? The Eldar? Do we have to fight against the Eldar? Expand your territory. We only have 2 skirmishes, so that's a plus. At least it's limited in engagement length, yeah. So probably Eldar or Inquisition. Well, I'm seeing the splash screen shows the Adeptus Mechanicus, which makes me think they're just more advanced. Which is kind of scary, because what else do they have to throw? They had flyers, they had pterodactyls, they had rust stalkers with dual blades. Okay, so here we are. There's Heki. And they have... Okay, so a ranger. Maybe they just didn't want to tell us what we were going up against. So this we've seen. There's a pterodactyl with the horrible luminogen sterilizer. They've got the Skitari ranger close by. We've got a lot of... Okay, so 3 pterodactyls, 4 rangers. This grouping right here is asking for Tesla carbines, but we need someone to contest their position with melee. I just don't... Canoptek, Spider, Immortals, a Wraith? A Wraith would be pretty good out there, so let's get a Wraith in their stead. You notice we actually have 7 skirmish capacity points. Previously we had 5. So we took 1 upgrade on Heki, and then we had 1 decree, the subjugation decree, in our Awakening Dynasty. So if we can get all of those, we're going to be able to deploy so many more units, or at least higher quality units like the Canoptek Spider, which actually costs 2, which is pretty cool. So I think it's a straight line here. So I'm going to go in and get the Spider on this side right there. I think 1 Wraith to get in the middle is nice, but 2 would be better. We still have enough points to have death marks as well. So we'll just keep the death marks a little further back. And then we've got a Chronomancer that can assist with the defended shield. And we'll have Heki maybe just in that core group right here. I realized that I'm not bringing the Immortals with the Tesla carbines, so maybe instead I'm going to bring those. So I'm going to bring the Immortals with the Tesla carbines, except I'll have them up front where they can assist more effectively. And then maybe I'll get the Chronomancer here so they can provide extra shielding to those that are right on the front line. And then maybe the 1 Immortal there, and we'll replace this one with a Death Mark. And we'll have Heki as close by to the circle of defense as possible. Let's go ahead and deploy now. Yeah. Suddenly a Titan. Oh, no. No Imperial Knights, please. That would not be great. Not be great. Okay, well, the Chronomancer does have an... Oh, my God. Okay, as much as I want to dive in with the melee... Okay, hang on. Vengeful Star suffers +1 maximum damage from attacks made by Necron units when killed. Generates 2 Dominion. Okay, well, let's take the Chronomancer. let's take the Chronomancer and just do something a little bit dastardly. We'll just kind of move a little bit closer. It seems like the orb is sufficient. The orb is sufficient. My God, it's the most beautiful orb I've ever seen. We're gonna go Vengeful Stars and, I don't know, put it on the Rock. Oh my God, can we get Dominion from killing the Rock? Let's not get crazy now. Let's not get too crazy. We're gonna go to put it on the Ranger in the front. How about that? Let's not put it on the Rock, yeah? Hey, Rhubarb, high five. Yeah, no worries, Rhubarb. We actually started half an hour late because of technical issues, so we're gonna go about half an hour late. So you got plenty of time, and welcome. Good to have you here. Happy Thursday. High five. All right, gonna put this big old orb here and see what happens with a Chronomancer. Send it, my guy. Yes, they're all perturbed. So we gained immediately almost 3 Dominion levels from 0 in 1 engagement right there. That is incredible. Not only that, we applied Perturbed, which actually makes it so they can only take 1 action, either a movement or to shoot. And that's very powerful in a unit that tries to stay far, far away. Now, since we're way up there, we probably got some aggro. I'm going to go in and put Divination on ourselves. It means the next attack coming in is going to get absorbed by a shield, and it will do 0 damage and end the turn. Not bad. We get Dominion for destroying the environment. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Welcome to the madness. Oh, I hate that guy. Apparently, he got to go first, and that sucks. Okay, well, that blows. Okay, well, we'll have to deal with that guy later. That guy is not welcome to the Bunny League party. Let me tell you, next time that we have churros, I am not giving him any. Not allowed. Here, eat this. Oh, there it is. A lot of Dominion there. Dominion level 3. How do you like that guy? Smoking Bear disapproves of that guy. Not only that, but my God, if only you could prevent forest fires, this guy is Smokey's arch nemesis. Okay, well, who's next? Unknown. This guy committed. That guy is not committing yet. These guys have all been hit, meaning this guy, by process of elimination, is the next to go. Is there anyone who can pressure him? We can shoot him in the face and summon a scarab and then use the scarab to blow him up. Yes, let's do that. So we're going to get our giant spider. We will shoot him with a particle beamer. Oh, man, I should have moved over to the east. I wish I could take that back, but that's fine. Here, have this. There it is. Is he on the... Oh, he's not on the turn order. Interesting. So who is it? Are these guys really not... These are all injured. So where's the other guy? Is there a new guy? Oh, I didn't see you, you tricky guy. Apparently there was a Skitarii Ranger Alpha camoed in the back like the Predator. Gosh darn it. All right, never mind. Here, have a new pal. Eat this. Dominion level 3 is going to allow us to have that extra point with the +1 point. Now it actually gets 2 extra damage on the roll, and we're just going to end the turn in place. It inserts the summon into the turn order immediately, and we can at least move to shot to finish. We'll go feeder mandibles on this guy. It's 1 to 3. Since it was sufficient, the attack of opportunity should be enough to clear them from the field, and we'll end the turn. There it is. So unfortunately, Sneaky McSneakyface is here, and he's covering us with Luminogen, which does allow any damage range attacks against us to deal maximum damage, which is not great. It's this guy going next. Well, can I get anyone in their face that's going to do horrible, horrible damage? Hecky, Deathmark. Let's get a Wraith. So we'll have a Wraith move on in. He'll be right here. He will then attack, I don't know, that guy. There it is. Then we will Wraith form through this guy. Excellent. We will shoot that guy. Wonderful. Not a bad turn. Excellent. So we did take a little damage, but guess what? It only dealt damage to the shield. So who's next? Okay, so it's this guy and that guy. Well, that guy's dead man walking thanks to our scarab. So I guess it just leaves this guy and no one's challenging him. So let's get someone to challenge him. So we're just going to push it on in. We will... I guess we can do a drive-by smacking. Am I in range here? We're just going to move here. We will attack... Here, I'm going to go Vengeful Star. So this guy attacked us, right? So Vengeance on him. We will go +1 max damage. And then we'll hit him. Nice. And then we will Wraith form it this away. Get out of melee. That allows us to use the transdimensional beamer and shoot that guy. Executed. This game is cool. The game's pretty. The artists who did it are quite talented. They did a good job. It's got its charms. It's got so many charms. My goodness. Since that guy's dead man walking and this guy has 4 health and we deal 4 on maximum, let's shoot him first. Enemy down. Beautiful. And then we will decide that we don't want to be anywhere nearby any sort of melee, and we're going to disappear behind cover. And who's damaged? Who needs a little pep in their step? A little bit of a healy-hoo? Well, you're not damaged. 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 Oh, none of us are damaged. My goodness. Very impressive. Didn't realize. All right. Well, let's get in this guy's face and just smack him one. We'll hit him once. There it is. We will put an Osteoclay Fulcrum behind him just to block his way. Incentivize him to move in this direction instead. And we'll come back to this one. Excellent. That guy moves and that guy dies. Beautiful. High five. Next turn. Wow, this is good. So who's left, huh? That guy all by his lonesome? Is that it? Oh my goodness, that sucks. All right, next. Hecky triumphs once again. Incredible. My goodness, this is our people are getting stronger. No damage to any of the units. I thought for sure we'd take some damage there. So obviously we can reduce the vigilance by 2, but we're only at 1 out of 4, so no problem. Not going to sacrifice, or is that... Oh my god, no, I'm not going to sacrifice a Chronomancer in order to drop us down 1 pip. No, thank you. But we will definitely get some free 10 Dominion and raise in Dominance once again. So all of a sudden we're at Dominion level 2 to start. That's critical, a good threshold. Single obelisk etched deeply with glyphs of command and warding stood revealed by a recent landslide. It showed damage from the aeons since its construction and was evidently part of no active network. What does that mean, active network? I'm assuming these are like maybe, you know, if you have a Wi-Fi mesh network for internet, maybe this is like a Necron version of it where this pillar used to broadcast internet broadband signals and now it doesn't. I'm assuming that's what this means. Recover it. Such an artifact may contain valuable materials. Recover any such resources from the obelisk. Well, I will gladly take new resources. Reactivate it. The obelisk may have been part of a forgotten communication or transportation network. Oh, if reactivated, it could point the way to a valuable tool in prosecuting the war for Kivrith, or rebury it. The Adeptus Mechanicus must be prevented from studying this artifact. Bury it once more under the earth of Kivrith so it cannot be exploited by the enemy. I don't like taking the risky stuff here because of all of the vigilance gain, and although if I think about it, if I do take risky, what's the worst that can happen? It pushes us to 3 out of 4. In theory, behind my face, you can see that we only have one more engagement and we're done with the mission. So if I do take risky, then I think the worst thing that could happen is that some of our units are injured, but we're in a healing team. So let's take the risk. We'll try to reactivate it. I don't usually do this, but we'll try.
The moment the obelisk's power conduits were restored, sending shards of shattered stone flying through the royal.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It'll buff out.
A bolt of power was sent high into the sky. A beacon for anyone capable of perceiving it.
Okay, so I guess caution is the name of the game.
Now all of Kivrith knows where the Royal Guard is. We render our task all the more onerous.
Boy. And the enemy has not needed to lift a single digit. So you have gained 40 Dominion, 2 Vigilance, but you lost 2 health on both of your... I think those are the Canoptech Wraiths. That's not that bad. That's a lot of... We're starting at Dominion level 5. That's ludicrous. That is absolutely massive. That's actually going to get us more healing and more healing range right off the bat, which is amazing. So as soon as we get in, it doesn't matter. We'll just keep to the same plan. We got 7 skirmish capacity. It's going to be fine, yeah. Nah. See, it's just making the enemy come to us instead. Oh, that's true. That's true. It's the strategy of using assaults in Battletech. So, oh no. These are my least favorite units on the field outside of the Space Marines. So we've got Corpuscari Electro Priests. These guys, so all of the Electro Priests and the Fulgurites included, all of them have resist death. So if they would die, they go down to 1 HP. The good news is, I believe we've got, I think the Canoptech Wraiths on their beam, they currently have the Transdimensional Beamer, which is Exterminate on it. So it bypasses that. So thankfully we have some kind of counter in place. So that is good. Then they also have the Rust Stalkers. The Rust Stalkers are nasty. They get in there, they ignore defenses, they ignore armor, all that kind of stuff. They crush armor, they destroy it. And if they can get into melee, they'll just cleave you multiple times, full value. There's not much you can do about it. And they're dodgy. And apparently there's a Princeps version. I don't even know what that is. I think the Corpuscari Electro Priest specifically, not the Fulgurite, they can actually engage from range and do what our Tesla carbines can do. So if we're grouped up, they're just going to arc through us. And if they get close, they punch us multiple times. And they get, I think they get unlimited attacks of opportunity, both of the Electro Priests. So we want to stay as far away as possible and try to exterminate them before they get close, basically. So we need high damage output on single targets. So death marks seem perfect for that. So we'll just line them up on the back line where they can get maximum value. Chronomancer would be great because even if we leave them on 1, he's going to have a tick. Oh, actually, no, he's not the damage one. He's the defended. Although defended is helpful as well, but no, because they ignore that. Never mind. That's not as useful as I was thinking. Canoptech Spider can at least summon and explode and screen. That could be very useful. So let's get the Canoptech Spider here. The Immortals will chain through with damage, but not high pinpoint damage. Canoptech Wraiths have to go into melee in order to engage. The Scarabs could go in and start detonating themselves on the enemy, and these we don't have to pay living metal to resuscitate, so that's sort of kind of fine. So I might actually utilize some Scarabs to start, just to get in there and deal damage, because now they actually have 6 health, allowing them to detonate for that much damage and still use their mandibles to clear. We've got one more point. A Canoptic Wraith wouldn't be bad. Still, a Chronomancer wouldn't be bad at all. And I can get a little more shielding and a little more durability on the field there. That'll be awesome. And then Heki could keep resuscitating people. If I had an Immortal, he could arc through, and they probably will group up. So maybe I will replace one of the Scarab Swarms with one Immortal so that he can at least arc through some of these guys. All right, let's do this. Yeah, they look like they've been through hell. Can you imagine? You're going to have all these things attached to your body. Yeah, they're arcing all kinds of stuff. It's a shock, boys. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, so what's the range? They can't close with us, but they can definitely Corpuscari Electro Priest arc into us. So I'm gonna Vengeful Stars. We gotta be closer, it seems. What about Heki? I can try to block them with the Osteoclave Fulcrum and at least force them to gather into this small choke point. Because if I did something like this and put it right here, they've got to squeeze through this 3-tile area. They may end a lot of their movement altogether, and then we can arc through. And the problem is the one in the front is the Corpuscari Electro Priest, and we're all grouped up. So he's going to arc through all of us unless we can apply pressure to him. Chronometron. This does a nice AoE, so I want to wait till they group up. The Scarab Swarm might not be bad, but I can't reach him just yet from this position. So maybe I'll hold there. The Immortal can shoot, but I really want them to group up first. But we're all kind of grouped on top of each other. You know what? At least we've got the Chronomancer, and the Chronomancer does take the edge off of the incoming damage a little bit. So that's a plus. That's a plus. So maybe I'll start with the Death Mark instead. So I'll go in and have the Death Mark. We can teleport our shot. We do have the shot. I don't need a Vengeful Star immediately, although I would like to. How close do I have to be? That's 1, 2, 3 tile. I'd have to be like here in order to Vengeful Star on him. Maybe I'll do that later. I'm gonna go ahead and Synaptic Disintegrator, just blast him for damage. Maximum damage guaranteed 4. He's got 3 health left, but he can resist death. And then we're actually going to hyperdimensional jump back a distance and gain a little separation. We lose the shielding, but that's fine. Incoming. That is the Ruststalker. So Ruststalker behind cover, and that's actually not bad because he's going to group up back there and the arcs will go through it. Now, if I could land the Death Mark blow. No, I got to be to the side. I could teleport out this way. I can land it. Let's get a little distance. This counts as staying still. We didn't move. I don't think I can. I'm not in range for the debuff, but I can hit him for 4. And this is going to put him down to 1 because he's going to resist the death. So Fanatical Devotion leaves him on 1. And now he's not in a good spot. He gets to go later, but we seem to be able to clear him before he's going to be a threat to us. And let's hang tight. All right, Shock Boys. They're moving, they're moving. Okay, so the good news is this guy's now on death's door, which means the Immortal can actually land a blow. If he shoots in place, he's going to hit cover as well as the other Ruststalkers. If I move up a little bit, then we can arc it through and hopefully finish the Corpuscari before he gets his turn. So let's go ahead and... I'm actually going to put Vengeful Stars on the lead Princeps. This is a different Ruststalker. I don't know too much about him. So if we actually take a look at it, can I analyze it? The Princeps Ruststalker, they have Transonic Blades and a Cord Claw. I don't know what the Cord Claw is. Bypasses armor. Oh, so not defenses, but armor. 2 times 1 to 3 damage. It actually cleaves in an arc when it does it, and +1 minimum damage against small, tiny little targets. Has dodge, can dodge twice in a turn. Agile, cannot be the subject of attacks of opportunity, and will actually, after killing an enemy unit, will restore and generate cognition points. Well, let's get to work on them. Arc through, clear the Corpuscari, and end the turn. Fulgurites are different. They don't have any range in arcing, so that's a plus. For the Chronomancer, we do have an orb that we can apply. We did destroy some cover, so they have a more direct route to us now. Is there anyone we've got? Canoptic Scarab Swarm, Canoptic Spider, Heki, Chronomancer. Chronomancer has the orb. I don't think I'm going to be close enough if I were to move up. If I take our Scarab Swarm, I can move into range and start hitting people. That might be useful because these guys, I mean, they may dodge us, but I can also make them explode. And then on the time when we do have our redeployment phase, we should be able to take advantage. So let's go ahead and just draw attention with our Scarab Swarm. We're going to try to hit the Princeps for 1 of 5. The max we hit minimum. We rolled nat 1. And we can detonate ourselves. I guess let's work it on the standard Ruststalker because they have not been hit yet. There it is. And weakened. So we reduce the damage that they do by 1, which is phenomenal. Our particle beamer has a nice area of effect to it. So let's go ahead and move our spider up. We'll put a nice orb right on top of them, blast them, and nice! High five! Clear 2. Beautiful. It has a the Cord Claw is a shorter range transonic weapon. It's a much higher damage potential. I mean, the fact it can cleave when it attacks multiple times is insane, yeah. That's really crazy. So let's go ahead and summon up a Scarab Hive. We actually have Dominion level 6, and at 5 is when we actually have the 5 HP instead. When we summon because of our upgrade, we'll actually get, I think, Scarabs at health 6 in front of us, and it will insert itself on the turn order. And yes, they've got 6 and the shield because of the Chronomancer. Amazing. Amazeballs in the turn. They immediately get to go before the enemy gets to go, which means we can actually push right into the thick of things. I'm worried the most about the Corpuscari Electro Priest. Let's hit that guy. And then where is he on the order? He's 3rd, which means these two will go Fulgurite and the Ruststalker. I mean, we might as well detonate ourselves right on top of him. That's going to bring him down by, well, that's 6. I guess if I maybe clear the Ruststalker, that'd be awesome. If, although he's got too much health, doesn't matter. Just hit him. Nice, and he's weaker too. Okay, we're kind of getting a little more control now. This is excellent. I would imagine the Corpuscari Electro Priest is probably going to... Oh, the Ruststalker's going, and then the Corpuscari Electro Priest. 2 Fulgurites in front. We're actually kind of controlling this. This is good. Heki and Chronomancer. Let's just suck up. We have Divination. We've got extra acceleration for movement. I don't think we need that, so we can actually just put a big old plate right on top of this guy. Perturbed, so that actually makes it so that he deals less. No, can only take 1 action per turn. That's awesome. And then I'm going to put Divination on top of our Scarab Factory. Someone just gave me several bags of ammo. Oh my goodness, that sounds awesome. Kind of reminds me when I was in college and I told my mom that I would like snacks when she asked me what I wanted, and she sent me a big packing box, like think Filipino balikbayan box of wasabi peas. I had my freshman year a year's worth of wasabi peas. It was, I learned to love them. They were great. Thank you, Mom. There it is. All right, we're moving with Heki, and that's going to be the last for it. So we at least can get a heal. Let's move behind the spider. We'll do a heal on the spider. Bring him up to full. That heals for 4. It's extra effective because of the Dominion level. Plus 1 HP restored, plus 2 range. We can also run... we don't need the Resurrection Orb. We can also run the Osteoclave Fulcrum and run Screen. So we'll put a block between us and them. I can also do a Spectral Relocation, and I will put a block right there. I like how we're just using it not to actually like relocate our units. It's just to be annoying. And then we'll smack the Vulgarite and bring him down into death range. Fantastic. How effective. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, there's the Corpuscari. And is he going to do it? Oh, he did. It's the worst. It's the worst. We suffered a couple of damage overall, but not too bad thanks to our Chronomancer's shields. Oh my goodness. Well, we probably want to get some new help on the field. I would imagine that a Canoptech Wraith would be just the ticket. And guess what? Look at this. He can now summon out here. Isn't that incredible? Amazeballs. Wow, that's awesome. And because of our new portal, we can redeploy our units, I think, right? Is that possible? Can I move them around, actually? I remember saying during reinforcement time we can relocate our units, but I think it's within a certain radius, right? How do I do that? Chronomancer, no. Maybe through here. Do I select this? I'm not sure, but I thought I read that at one point. I might just be misunderstanding it. Honestly, that's fine. Okay, so who's up next? It's this Fulgurite Electro Priest, but it's the Corpuscari I want to get rid of. Maybe need more Dominion. We got a lot of Dominion. I'm not sure. I'll have to read that again. Like yeah, I can't really inspect these portals at all, so that's an interesting one. We'll have to figure that one out. Now, the Particle Beamer does have an explosive radius, so maybe I'll... Can I put... Well, I guess I'll be blowing up my own portals, but I don't really care at this point, right? Is it an assault weapon? It's not an assault weapon. So let's move around. We'll get a blast, and I'm just going to put it right here. Wow. That is strong. Mama Spider is thick and she loves it. Mama Spider's all over this. Your Vengeful Stars right on the Corpus Cari. You want that guy gone. You know what I'm saying? There it is. And the turn. We've got 2 more actions, so let's do it with the Canoptic Wraith. So let's go ahead and blast the Corpus Cari Electro Priest multiple times. Fanatical Devotion, pass through and strike him at the heart of his devotion. There it is. Enemy down. Beautiful. Dude, we're nasty. We're super nasty. All right, so Fulgurites in the distance. How are we going to take care of that guy? Immortals, no. Death Marks, maybe. Shoot him. Excellent. And the turn, let him take a turn. He's coming on in. Smacks this one. It's not enough. It only hits the shields. Okay, up to the Chronomancer. Can he get into melee? Negatory. Can the Immortal? He's on 1. That guy's done. Let's just get a line on him, shoot him, and just be done with it. There it is. So shoot this guy and enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Okay, no range here. What about our Death Mark? Death Mark? Doesn't have range yet. There it is. Now he definitely has range. Shot on. Oh, Fanatical Devotion. Didn't realize he didn't already trigger it. I thought he was already on 1. My bad.
Observing the field.
Heki's got range, which means he should be able to seal the deal. Nice. High five. Very nice. Excellent. Territory reclaimed. Reclaimed it is. Unless there's more. I don't know. It only showed 2 skirmishes, so I think it's good. Yeah, Electro Priest dying to a Tesla cannon. The irony is real. Nice. Super straightforward. Heki made it out. Didn't have to pay living metal to get resuscitated or anything like that. That's excellent. We might just run those to get those wiped out before we do the last critical path, before we move on to whatever comes afterwards. And we're probably going to get a ton of resources and a ton of upgrades. That's kind of nuts. Now, mind you, I did promise that I would play this week. I didn't say that I would commit to a campaign after today, but I did want to see if the bunnies enjoyed themselves or not.
They scurry like insects to respond to your brilliant gambit.
Before we continue, I want to make sure that I give the bunnies who are here an opportunity to vote, because I wanted to see how the game would do, whether the bunnies enjoy it or not. It's very possible that it's not their cup of tea and they want to see something else. If that's the case, this is your time to voice your thoughts. So I did commit to this week, but I didn't commit to afterwards. But if the bunnies like it, I'm more than happy to continue playing and pushing on with the story and the campaign, etc., and unlocking units. So I'm just going to go ahead and quickly toss up a poll while we're going through all of the dialogue and setting ourselves up for the next mission, because we are going a little bit longer as we started late due to technical issues and ISP difficulties. So we will say, would you like to continue playing? And we will say yes. Mechanicus II, please continue. Or we will say no, please play something else. And this is for next week is the idea. So I'm just going to go ahead and put that up. If you'd like to participate 1 or 2, you can enter that in Twitch or YouTube chat. It should tally on the left side. Although I realize, is this not appearing? Oh, there it is. Now it's appearing. So you just hit 1 or 2 and tally it up on the left-hand side. And then that will, 1 for if you'd like to continue playing next week, 2 if you want to play something else, right? Not really my cup of tea, but I care more about your enjoyment. I mean, I like it. I like other things as well, yeah? You enjoy it. I like the contained maps. The story's interesting. It'd be fun to see you play a campaign on a higher difficulty. Well, the cool thing about this is that I believe in order to get the true ending, I've read that you need to play through multiple campaigns. You got to play through the Necrons perspective. You got to play through the Adeptus Mechanicus perspective. And there's even like a secret epilogue campaign afterwards, which then gives you the real denouement, so to speak. So I don't know if we're going to do all of that, but, you know, if the bunnies are interested that much, then absolutely we can, yeah? I will continue in the background, but again, if you'd like to participate, 1 or 2 in Twitch or YouTube chat, and it will tally on the left.
Only one battle is won, Cryptek, and all of Kivroth still cries out for victory. Our enemies squat on countless more sites, vital to their crude strategies. We shall reclaim them all.
I mean, we definitely will.
This is our duty to the throne.
If we reclaim the whole world, I'd assume resources are going to be abundant. So we've reclaimed 1. There were more other options available.
I collated and analyzed all available information regarding the human weapon.
Oh, Exterminatus.
Though the computational systems of the Adeptus Mechanicus were bizarre in their crudity. I have succeeded in my task.
Sebeleague, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a good rest. We'll catch you on the next one. High five. Happy Thursday.
Good. Report your findings to myself and the Nyarlathotep.
And let us hope, not least for your sake, that the tidings are to our benefit.
The truth is, whatever it is, Nyarlathotep, it doesn't matter whether or not it's something that you like or not.
The Exterminatus is not a singular weapon, but an ill-defined array of planetary bombardments. Moreover, commanding such a section is reserved for the highest human authorities. The Adeptus Mechanicus on Kivrov have no such mandate. Possession of suitable ordnance.
So the humans have the means to scour a planet of life, but keep it locked behind an arcane web of laws and obligations, where it might as well not exist. A pathetic failing, and one reminiscent of the least effective pharaons of our own kind.
Okay, I understand the first part, but the last part was uncalled for. You don't have to insult the pharaoh after you betrayed him, and I guess, you know, it makes sense that they would be a little perturbed that if you possess something that can wipe out all life, why did you not use it?
All power comes with obligation, Nyarlathotep. If even these borderline sapients can grasp that concept.
Ooh!
I can see beyond the current war, Vargard. Ours is a greater calling than simply changing the names on a star map. In time, you will see these dynastic codes for the shackles they are.
I feel like the best compliment she'll ever give you is you're adequate. Yeah, you know, I will take that. I'll take that. So, acquire intelligence on Exterminatus, a rumored human weapon. Accomplished. Phacon gets an eminence point to upgrade and gets 10 living metal. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. All right, so let's see. So, Phacon's got a point and Heki has a point. So, with Phacon's point, you can actually unlock either a Plasmancer or a Psychomancer. How many Mancers are there? So, we've seen Technomancer, Chronomancer, Plasmancer, and now Psychomancer. Really reminds me of Metal Gear Solid. So what's the deal with a Psychomancer? Psychomancer has a Nightmare Shroud. Enemy units within their range will suffer from weakened. Attacks by those units will always inflict minimum damage on the damage range. Oh, wow. And if they've got a fixed damage rate, it'll reduce that by 1 instead. So if we take a look at the cohorts, do they have a detail on this guy? What's his deal? Cryptex, right? There's Chronomancer, Plasmancer, Psycho. Oh, wow. This is... Do you notice... you notice a trend? There, at one point, was the Chronomancer. He floated around and walked around on the planes of existence, and he was having a good old time. He decided to get himself some fancy Tesseracts and position him on his shoulders as a fancy decoration of sorts. And then all of a sudden, he became older, a little more decrepit, decided to develop a little bit of a hunch, kind of focused on the decay and the passing of life and all of the things that come with it. And then later, he just went bat crazy. And he kind of went forward and just became a baby thing, floating above a vat of God knows what, and developed tentacles like he was out of a Japanese anime. What is he going to tell me next that I need to take my cartridge and insert it into cartridge slot number 2 in order to... He's like, I can predict everything you're going to do, and in fact, you're weaker for it because you're standing in my aura. Yeah, your aura of tentacles, and God knows what that is on the bottom. Man, oh man. Psychomancers are scholars of dread, cryptex who weaponize terror to unravel enemy resolve with a cold, clinical precision. In combat, the Psychomancer wields an abyssal lance that slows and weakens those they strike. Their signature ability further cripples priority targets, slowing, immobilizing, or completely preventing them from acting, depending on the strength of Necron Dominion. My assumption is Harbinger of Despair is going to cause a stun. So Harbinger of Despair, inflict impeded on an enemy unit, will cut their movement in half. Dominion level 5, the target will also suffer immobilized. They cannot move at all. Dominion level 10, the target will suffer from stunned. will automatically skip their turn. I mean, that's really strong. Anytime you have a stun effect, that's incredible because you really mess with the enemy. Obviously, you gotta probably upgrade your awakening a little bit more so you can specifically pick up the convergence of dominion. That's gonna lock in dominion levels a little bit earlier, so you cannot go below that level and attain dominion level 10 more often. But in the beginning, you're not going to expect to do something like that. So that's kind of cool. I mean, I dig that. Plasmancer is focused on the damage aura, so that's something good to know. But oh my god, Phacon finally has the point I was looking for. This is what I was wondering about. The Locust Heavy Destroyer adds a Locust Heavy Destroyer equipped with a Gaussian Destructor to this Lord's Court. Oh my god. Oh my god, Psychomantis is totally misnamed by someone who misheard Psychomancer. Yeah, it is. So I've been so curious about this when you gotta unlock them before you can read about them, so I'm glad that we did it. This is the whole point of why I invested in Phacon. So this okay, so there's this weapon and this weapon. Oh, that's it right there. So these are Locust Heavy Destroyers, but they got different weapons. So they both, this one is anti-gravity, so he can move over pits, but it cannot fly over the pits and hover there. So he's basically a mobile weapons platform. This is not the Gauss Destructor, but it's an Enmitic Exterminator. 2 to 4 damage, 10 tile radius, 20-degree arc. Heavy weapon, so if you stand still, it rolls a 4 automatically at everyone that it hits. Rapid fire, +1 damage on all targets within half range, so within 5 tile, and Enmitic weapon. After suffering fatal damage from this weapon, the target is exterminated and inflicts 2 damage on units within melee range. So it's an anti-Electro Priest weapon. Is that what I'm hearing? This is an anti-Electro Priest Destroyer. That's crazy. It looks like a bug zapper swatter. Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it is. When it comes to all the zappy guys, it zaps them right in the face and says, no, not allowed. Go help me. I co-opt you. Attack your friends. Optimized for sweeping saturation fire over pinpoint annihilation, a Locust Heavy Destroyer armed with an Enmitic Exterminator projects reckless, widespread barrages of destructive energy, scouring multiple enemies at once. Enemies slain by the Exterminator erupt in destructive pulses that damage nearby units, allowing the blast to cascade through clustered foes. Wow, nonchalant. I like it. And then the one I've been really interested in is this guy, the Gaussian Destructor. And he can fly, so he can hover over pits of despair and cause despair himself. That might be the most beautiful sentence I've ever heard. Locust Heavy Destroyers are a relentless engine of annihilation. Their forms rebuilt around oversized weapons systems and driven by a singular obsession with destruction. I don't know if I call that oversized so much as the appropriate size. I think this is appropriate and quite in proportion, if you ask me. In combat, the Heavy Destroyer can fly over pits and hazardous ground, maintaining optimal firing lines without impediment. Their Gaussian Destructor delivers extreme range, high damage firepower that scales with the dynasty's growing dominion, eventually even penetrating through targets. Gauss Destructor, 4 to 7 damage, bypasses all defenses, bypasses all armor. Gauss weapon, plus 10% chance to inflict +1 damage, plus 10% chance per dominion level. So if you get dominion level 10, guaranteed. This weapon will also penetrate through its target at dominion level 3, and it is marked as heavy. So it will deal maximum damage on the 4 to 7 base damage range if you have not moved at all. 12 tile radius. That's the same range as the Synaptic Disintegrator, I believe. Is that right? So if we go to the death mark right here, this is huge. Yeah, 12 tile, 2 to 4 damage, heavy. So they stay still, they deal 4 damage. This is the same range as that, except it's 4 to 7. They'll deal 7 damage, +1 guaranteed if you've got higher dominion levels, and it will also penetrate through the enemy and hit other enemies behind them. So very, very cool. I like this. I'm glad we have access to it now. This is excellent. And by the way, bunnies, thanks so much for weighing in. I realize it's not like just cut and dry. I'll take a look at the statistics, see how the bunnies feel, I think, analytically wise, and then we'll figure out what we do next week. So thank you again for your opinions and feedback. I'll go in and wrap up the poll right here. All right, and thank you, nobody. High five. Okay, so let's get back to it. So what do we got? We still have time because we started late. So we still have another point for Fakon. I'm going to spend some on leadership, going to allow us to get more skirmish deployment points so we can deploy these more effectively. So now let's get the upgrades on these guys. I realized I haven't, oh wait, I haven't done any of these guys. You know, we have enough points that if we wanted to test them out, we totally could. So we'll come back to it. Amoka is available. I guess I'm actually going to accelerate. Do I need these guys right away? I don't think so, because I actually unlocked more Triarch Praetorians. So as long as these guys are fit to serve, I can probably wait this out and not waste the living metal on getting them back a little sooner. So I'm gonna wait on getting these back for Amoka. That doesn't mean I can't deploy Fakon though. So let's upgrade this guy. So Locust Heavy Destroyer, Resilience, weakened, perturbed, impeded. He's going to be immune to it, or more health. Let's make sure he's not dealing less damage. I want him to deal more. He's also going to get +1 defense, so he's also going to get a shield. So very nice. For our Psychomancer, we definitely, any Mancer that we have, we want at a minimum to upgrade them so they get their shrouded aura. That's going to make anyone around him weak. And I'm thinking that maybe movement is the priority, because we've seen situations where we just wanted to move the aura a little bit further and get the effect, and we couldn't. So I'm going to prioritize movement specifically for any of the Mancers. For our death marks, for our immortals, I should probably check to see what kind of immortal this are. We've got an immortal here and an immortal there. So the second immortal unlock is Tesla Carbine. So this is for the Tesla Carbine. We're just going to do the resilience and then also get the range, because we find that the bounce, you know, you want to be able to connect with someone, and it's nice to be more consistent with it. And I suppose with our other immortals, we'll do the same. As much as I want to say that it would be different, I don't think it is. We just need to march forward and keep blasting, and so anything that helps us to do so is great. For death marks, probably want to make sure that we are also not perturbed. There's movement, but we kind of teleport everywhere, and we have such a long range, I don't think we need it, and we shouldn't be getting hit anyway, so I'm just going to take resilience. And then between stealth, suffer -1 damage from range attacks. I mean, that's probably good that we don't get hit. I think I'd rather have dodge and just maybe not get hit at all, because they're a little bit fragile, so that works. So that takes care of the immortals, that takes care of the death marks, that takes care of our Mancer, that takes care of the Locust Heavy Destroyer. God, I want to use that. And then we've got our Canoptek Scarab Swarms. They've got movement, they've got agile, they've got dodge. Honestly, anything to keep them tickin's awesome. I don't think I'm going to take agile, but I will in fact take dodge, because then they can deliver the payload and blow up and stuff like that. Breach of Trust releases 23rd. Is that on schedule? I'm not even aware. What's that? Is that a DLC for Frostpunk? Is that what that is? And just make sure that this is all upgraded for Amoka as well. Looks like it. Perfect. So let's take a look. Does Fakon have anything that we can utilize? Maybe we can check out that Locust Destroyer and actually use him in combat, right? So he seems to have a lot of shooting. We've got suffer -1 damage from range attacks. That's the Fakon themselves for the relics. We have require dominion level. We can deal damage, inflict stun on an enemy target. I mean, that consumes dominion levels, so that's probably more an Ominek thing. So summon Nano Swarm. This is unit melee weapon buffs. This is recover 1 HP. I do like that one. It's just a nice one to have. So I think as an aside, I'll get remove statuses positive and negative. That way we can remove luminogen effects and things like that. And then we got one more point for Heki. I'm actually going to come up for, there's the Swarm. After this unit grants a positive status, generate 1 Dominion. When you reach Dominion level 5, all allied units get faster. When you reach Dominion level 10, and the cooldowns of this unit's actions, all allied units gain accelerated as +2 movement. So they're just going to get faster and faster and faster as their Dominion goes higher. That's awesome. Okay, so on that note, let's go to the war map, and we're going to get involved. So we've got Fakon, we've got Amoka. Both are capable of combat. Probably want to take a look at Fakon at the moment. We'll go for side quests. We've got Awaken the Dynasty. Oh, it's DLC. Man, I didn't even know they're still supporting that. That's awesome that they are. I was not aware, but thank you for letting me know. It was not on the roster there. Awaken the Dynasty, this is the 3-turn duration to get some tech points. Raise Tomb Complex, we're already on top of that. We're on top of the second, and there's a third now, which is for 2 turns. We could put it on Amoka. And then there's also Awakened Tomb Complex over here. Honestly, I probably should be focusing on just the ones around Ex Veritas so we can accelerate when we can attack Ex Veritas. So I'm actually going to focus on this Awakened Tomb Complex instead. It's 1 turn. I'm going to put Amoka on it. And he's going to awaken the 2nd of the 3rd necessary in order to allow us to attack Ex Veritas. Now, as far as what we can do as the last fight for the day... what about a Forged Temple Assault? I don't know what that is. Attack and destroy the Adeptus Mechanicus Forged Temple. You'll get 1 eminence point. Sure, let's do that. Reclaim will get more living metal. We probably don't need to recruit anything else, and maybe I'll even... I'm just going to get as much Dominion as possible. Let's get a locked Dominion level to start, and let's go. Let's definitely make sure we get the big Gauss Destructor. Nice. Gaussian Destructor, here we come. Psychomancer, all right, there it is. Immortals, I'm going to choose the Tesla Carbines instead of the Gaussian Blasters. Definitely want some Death Marks in there. The Scarab Swarms versus the Necron Warrior. I mean, if we got Immortals, I guess I feel like that covers a similar job as the Necron Warrior. I could get more Death Marks. Swarms to explode. I don't have a way of getting them back. This will get us 3, and this will get us 2. What if we just come in like this? We'll get 4 Death Marks. We will get 2 Immortals with Tesla Carbines. That's the Arcing Blasters. We've got ourselves 3 Scarab Swarms that have been buffed. We've got the Psychomancer with a weakened aura. And we've got 1 gigantic Locust Heavy Destroyer. And we're going to try to take down a Forged Temple. Let's do this, yeah. I have no idea. I'm curious how long this engagement's going to be. It sounds rather harrowing. It's probably going to be the last one that we do for the week. Before we, move to the next. So cross your fingers and hopefully we can get through this. We're going to be playing as Fakon, and we haven't done that in a while. So we're just trying to see what's the deal, if we like the Gaussian Destructor or not. I would imagine that we do, but we'll have to see. Forged Temple Assault. Fakon must survive, kill everything. Okay, sounds about right. I didn't see any sort of prep for this, like, is this the only engagement? That's a lot of guys. So we've got a Pterodactyl with a Sterilizer. We've got Fulgurite Electro Priest, Corpuscari Electro Priest. That's the ranged guy. Fulgurite, so 2 melee only, 1 melee hybrid. We've got a Sicarian Infiltrator. We've got Infiltrator and an Infiltrator Princeps. And then we've got 2 more Pterodactyls. So there's 3 Pterodactyls. And oh my god, they're all Electro Priests. All of a sudden, I wish I had the Enmitic Destroyer. Or Annihilator, or whatever it's called. So we got 3 of the Pterodactyls. We've got a whole bunch of Electro Priests and a bunch of Infiltrators and an 2 advanced Infiltrators. Actually, make that 1, just the Princeps. Okay, but we do have deployment zones on the sides like this. It seems like we do have 12 range on our big guy. So let's get our big ol' Locust Heavy Destroyer. Now we're talking. Now, what's up now? What's up now, Adeptus Mechanicus? That is a chunky boy. My goodness. Sucks to be on the wrong side of that thing. Let me tell you, Psychomancers for weakness. Let's show them that they're all very weak in this arena of despair.
Punish them.
Yeah, definite punishment. So much punishment. Let's go in and get Fakon back here where he is shielded, able to protect us from all of the insanity. My goodness. Definitely want some Immortals for a little zappy zaps right here. Doesn't seem like... I realize that we don't have any additional defense, so I'm just going to try to keep little grouplets together. And then for Death Marks, I guess I'll have them a little further out. Maybe like out on the edges and a little bit spread out, and that's a good start. And let's go. All right, Infiltrator Princeps unable to engage us. My goodness, no idea who's coming next, but we've got a good idea of what's coming their way. So we're starting with only 1 Dominion level. We're going to have to deal a lot of damage in order to be able to hit these guys. Obviously, I have to stay still in order to get a maximum shot here. Unfortunately, I do have to move. I can't hit anyone from this position because of the cover. So I guess I will move, and I'm only going to deal 4 to 7 instead. So we're just going to back off. And in the 4 to 7 damage range with the Gauss Destructor, let's try to hit the Pterodactyl. The minimum damage has been blasted into that guy's chest. Now, he is going to go. That is going to suck. If only we could have stayed still and shot, but we'll see how far he can travel. and he is still going to burn us all. That sucks. But we blocked a lot of the initial damage, so I guess that's a plus. Are they our new negotiators? They're negotiating some kind of a truce. It's just not one that we subscribe to. I suppose...
No enemy in my sight.
We do have the Psychomancer. I probably want to wait for these guys to get closer. As long as we stay behind this line, I think we're going to be okay. These pterodactyls are not going to get that close. So maybe we just focus on the Princeps with the death marks. They can do that on their own. Probably want to wait till these guys get closer before we engage with the Immortals. And Phacon can put Thunder's Verdict, which is going to expose an enemy and allow it to be more efficient. So if I do that, I will need to get a little bit closer. I guess I could be, let's say, here. And I could put a Thunder's Verdict on the Princeps. That's a special infiltrator. He's now exposed. +1 damage against him from all attacks. And we're out of range, unfortunately, so end the turn. Infiltrator pushes, sends a shot. Blocked by the defenses. He's got 1 shield remaining until that regenerates. Sterilizer pushes as far as they can and accomplishes absolutely nothing. All right, on that, in that case, let's see. Can we... Oh, I'm not in the right place to shoot that. Can we shoot this guy then? Yeah, shoot the Princeps. It's +1 damage heavy, so maximum damage 5. Nice hit. Get rid of the defenses, and we'll go ahead and gain a little bit of distance here. Let's pull back and centralize and draw them into the jaws of defeat. All right, Fulgurite Electro Priest, Corpuscari Electro Priest. He's not in range for the arcs. I guess we'll just blast the... I want to finish this, but I guess I can walk. Okay, I didn't plan on walking. I didn't want to walk, so I'll just walk and not take maximum damage. But it was still enough. Excellent. Princeps is down. Just normal infiltrators now. Fulgurite, so he's melee only. We do have the Abyssal Lance ranged. It's a 90-degree arc. Oh, look at this. So it's... Oh, wow. So it shoots and then goes in an arc. Very interesting. So it's Immortals and then some. So if we're actually... I could shoot. That's not enough to kill. I'm going to... If I sidestep... Here, I'm going to just come out. Unfortunately, we're burning, so we're taking a little damage here. Luminogen is a problem. Fulgurites... I mean, I'm just going to... try to get rid of the pterodactyl if I could. So just on the move. At least we got rid of the burn, got rid of the luminogen. That's a nice grouping right there. We could hit the Corpuscari as well. So let's just push over and we'll tag the Fulgurite in the distance and zap his pal. Nice. Get him marked on the timeline and end the turn. We're now on Dominion level 3, I believe. Infiltrator to our Lord. He does heal for 1 at the end of his turn, and then it's just to our Psychomancer at the moment. Now, we do have the aura. I can't really see the aura very well. Oh, see, it's a much smaller aura. You see this? It's super subtle. It's this tiny little aura. I'm used to the gigantic auras of the other Mancers, so it seems like he's got to be right in the enemy's face in order to get this weakness effect to take effect. So we're just going to push up as much as we can. It does look like this guy has it, I believe, but he hasn't been marked by us yet. Inflict impeded on an enemy unit. We can slow them down, I guess. Infiltrator, Pterodactyl, Fulgurite. That's only half impediment. I think I'll just put on one of the infiltrators. So cut his movement in half. And we'll take the Abyssal Lance. Wow! And this is going to affect them with weakened and impeded. So they will all get impeded. So 50% movement. And then they will all inflict minimum damage on their damage range for the duration. Oh my god. That is good. That is good. Obviously, it's on cooldown. Very impressive. And the turn. Beautiful. Pterodactyl. And they're all grouped up right there. Okay, so who's up next? This guy. He's got 2 health left. I don't think he's a tick on him. Phosphor Torch. Definitely want to get rid of him. We do have the Locust Heavy Destroyer. We do have the Immortal. I do have our Death Mark. Let's just maybe walk it back and get the shot. We'll just gain a little distance, send the shot, seal the deal. That guy's off the timeline. Beautiful, yeah. Hey, Raven, I hope everything's going well. Thanks so much for checking in earlier there. High five. And let's wrap it up right there. Safe flight, honey. We got our Infiltrator in the back. So it would be really nice to arc through all of this. Do we have anything that can do it? Phacon has a single target attack. We are on cooldown on the Abyssal Lance. We do have our Immortals who can bounce too. So it might be up to our Immortals to just bounce. So let's come out this way. I don't have anything that's going to increase the damage that we do, but if this guy's going next and that guy hasn't gone yet, we can tag through these guys. That's 2 to 3, but they're at least impeded. So I'm actually going to prioritize the pterodactyl and just arc through all of them, and now they're all on the timeline and end turn. So he's got half the mobility, hits the Psychomancer just for 1 on the shield. Half movement for the pterodactyl. He now applies the phosphor torch. Thank you, Raven. And then we got that. Who's next up in the distance? Corpuscari Electro Priest and the Fulgurite Electro Priest. We just need to keep our distance. He's on melee, so that's fine. We do have the Gauss Destructor. So does the Gauss Destructor... It doesn't have the same thing as the Enmitic... You know, the Enmitic Exterminator? The thing that will actually bypass the protection against death. So as much as I want to shoot this, it's not going to get the kill. So I may hold off on that for now, and we'll focus on the people we can control while we still have an opportunity to inflict grievous damage upon them, right? Psychomancer can go into melee and get the weakness aura. So even though this is kind of an in-your-face tactic, I'm going to take it. And now we have weakened all of these people, so they're going to deal minimum damage on their damage range. So Corpus, Electro Priest, Electro Priest, Electro Priest here, then this Electro Priest. So this is sort of the priority if we could be in range, but we're not. So I'm just going to go for, I guess, that's 3, that's 3, this is 4, it's 1 to 5. Let's just cut into the outside, work our way right to left. Here we go. Smack that guy. Oh, yeah, he's been worked. That was 5 damage, max roll, Dominion level 5 now. Beautiful. I'm actually going to put Tireless Guardian, clear the Burning and the Luminogen, because he's in a really dangerous spot, and hopefully he'll live a little bit longer. Fulgurite closes the gap. Corpuscari comes on in, sends the ranged blast, but it doesn't have anywhere to arc to. It only hits 1 target. And Phacon now has access to the Tachyon arrow. So the problem again, these guys are tough. They will fanatical devotion. So Tachyon arrow will bring them down to 1, but it won't wipe them out entirely. So that's a bit problematic. How about I could get the death mark? We could put a shot into him and hope that's going to allow us to seal the deal the next time. We know later there's this guy, the Corpuscari Electro Priest. I could teleport. I could head out, let's say, this way. We'll send a max shot, put him down to 1. Fanatical Devotion saves him, but it's going to allow us to kill him before he can do anything. So we have to let the Fulgurite move. He's going for the Psychomancer. He's going to deal minimum damage, but that's a 3, which is insane. That is insane. Next up is this Corpuscari. We do have our Immortal. I really want to be shooting out here, but... You know what? I still want to be shooting out here. I don't care that I can kill him right now. The Gauss Destructor can shoot this. Oh, we can pierce. So what does it say? If you were at Dominion level 3, this weapon will penetrate through its target. So here's the Gauss Destructor in position at heavy. So it's automatically going to deal 7, and it's going to shoot right through the first guy and hit the guy behind him. There it is. High five. That is awesome. 14 damage, only saved by the devotion of the Electro Priests. They're going to go ahead and send an arc through. Unfortunately, just we're on it. Surprise. Yeah, and he automatically teleports because he took some damage there, and he is ticking. He is dead now. That's awesome. Okay, well, let's go ahead and try to get a shot on. We'll just tuck up with our Immortal, and we're going to try to blast it right into the Infiltrator. There we go. Much weaker, but not quite enough. Infiltrator moves on the Psychomancer. We are really reaching dangerous levels here. He sends a shot. We got 1 left.
Scour the foe.
So who's left? Pterodactyl and this Fulgurite. Okay.
All shall no enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna get Phacon. We're gonna smack the Fulgurite, although he is not at Fanatical Devotion yet. We don't have a shield on our Psychomancer, do we? See, this is the problem. I'd have to hit this guy and then hit him again. in order to be able to take care of business. Like if I pull away, I can shoot the tachyon arrow, but it's not going to be a kill. Yeah, I'd ask if we're the good guys. I feel like the 40k answer, there ain't no good guys. Yeah, he was. All right, let's smack the pterodactyl. That's a clear at least, so that the Psychomancer may be able to live, and then we'll end the turn.
Wrath made manifest.
Now we can Thunder's Verdict and hit again in melee. So Thunder's Verdict at Dominion level 3 is actually going to deal damage. That's enough to put him on Fanatical Devotion. So let's do that. And now he's dead. Beautiful. And then we can actually melee the next. Now he's on Fanatical Devotion. So he's killable on this turn. And we are... Oh, okay, we're still healed. We're fine. We're fine. Psychomancer has some work to do. Who's up next? This Corpuscari Electro Priest. And if we try to run away, we're going to get hit and die. Okay, so not too much we can do about that. Harbinger of Despair. Suffers immobilize, suffers stun. We can immobilize him, but he can still shoot us, unfortunately. But let's at least immobilize him. So he's stuck in place. He can't move, but he can still shoot at us. I will go ahead and smack... Who's next? This guy? All right, smack the Fulgurite. Clears the Fulgurite, and then we will... I do have any debuffs on me? I think I do, right? I have defense down, but that's not going to do anything to me, so I'm just going to stay in place and hold right here. Okay, so let's think. So this guy's going to be able to shoot at us. Is there anyone who could affect him in a way that we approve of? Can anyone affect that guy in an approved manner? I still think he's going to go for a kill. I can move and shoot. I mean, that's approved. It's 4 to 7, but it's not a heavy shot now, so we'll just send a normal shot and hope for the best. Yeah, it put him right on Fanatical Devotion, but he still gets to go. So is he going to go for a killing blow? He arcs through. Although it's reanimation, so it's not dead. It's not dead. Our Mancer is still alive. So that's a plus, because that actually means we don't have to spend living metal on him if we can wipe out the remaining enemies, and there's only one remaining. So let's do that, and maybe we've sealed the Forged Temple. Send that. Is that it? Nice! High five! Okay, cross your fingers. Oh, that's it! It's a single fight. That's awesome. We don't have to pay living metal to reanimate. We got to test out the Gauss Destructor, and we got a bunch of stuff, and we cleared a Forged Temple. I don't know what that means in the long term, but it'll be really interesting to see, because we've seen that the Adeptus Mechanicus has been sprouting these temples everywhere. I assume it's a source of resources for them, so maybe we're taking it away from them, and somehow that's going to have an effect gameplay-wise. That's awesome. Awesome. So good jump to Fakon, and good jump to the new, what are they called? Heavy Locust Destroyer? I don't know why it's a Locust. I think Locust, I immediately think of a light mech, so that's an odd one. All right, so where are we at? A lot of stuff happened here. Tomb Complex has been awoken. A Tomb Complex has been raised. A Tomb Complex has been raised. You've gotten 2 Dynasty Awakening points. Fakon has an Eminence point. We got a lot of upgrades. So we have 2 of these to apply before we end the stream. So on the bottom here, we've got Command Protocol, the Undying Legion. Every 5 turns, recover 3 HP. That's powerful. It's like having Heki in a pocket. It's like having Heki in a pocket. That's super crazy. There's also the Convergence Dominion. There's also Relentless Expansion if you want to keep collecting more living metal as we go. Yeah, Locust with a light Gauss. Yes, super light. We've got 2 points. If I wanted to, I could get Sudden Storm for the extra movement and move into Subjugation Decree and get another skirmish deployment capacity on top of everything. We could deploy like everybody at the same time, which would be ludicrous. So I'm tempted. I could either get the healing or I could deploy more people. Right now I'm feeling more people, so I'm going to go with Sudden Storm. And that's going to give us the Command Protocol to move to. And I am noticing when I put points out here, you can see we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I guess these count as a tier 2 contribution. So even though they lie outside of this circle, they still count towards the overall total, which is kind of awesome. That's great. So I'm also going to get another Subjugation Decree and try to deploy even more units on the battlefield so we get more actions, which just equals good for us. We'll go over to our chambers. We now have 1 point for Fakon to apply. He can get Necron Warriors in Fakon's court, gain +1 HP, or he himself can... Eventually, he'll unlock the Thunder. Give him the Thunder, Fakon. After using a skill, generate 2 Dominion. When you reach Dominion level 5, all allied units will gain Energized. This unit's next range weapon action inflicts +1 damage. Wow. And when you reach Dominion level 10, all allied units gain energized ×2, so they'll get +2 damage to all ranged attacks. That's pretty epic. I guess I'll just move up for the Necron warriors, but I don't really get too much of an effect on it. Or I can give defense. I think I'm just going to get defense on him at the moment, because the nice thing is we can always respec and move the points around at will. So that's great. So currently we're going to be coming in with a ton of skirmish capacity, and he's going to be even more tanky. Why not? I'll take the free survivability any day. So that's epic. If we back on out to the war map, we've got 4 lords to apply and a lot left on this map. That's awesome, honestly. This is really exciting. So bunnies, oh, I realized that with I was having technical difficulties earlier, so I'm lacking controls here, so I can't really zoom in and zoom out and all that kind of stuff, so I apologize. So you're gonna have to do with me in this form. Bunnies, thanks so much for hanging out with me. We did quite a lot. We're able to, you know, push forward. We're now 1 tomb away from being able to attack our very first, I guess, what are these called? Forged cities? Because we took on a forged temple a moment ago, but this right here is actually a forged city, I think is what that is. So we're 1 tomb away from actually being able to do a big attack like that. We've been able to test out a Locust Gauss Destructor. We've been able to utilize DFA with Amuka and all of his aggressive people. I love those Necron, and that retinue is really, really great. Heki has amazing sustain, and we are 1, I guess, critical path away from actually, I guess, placating all of the rest of the Eupatridae and allowing us to move forward and find out what the heck the Deceiver wants, because that guy seems really super sus. So I will go ahead, just as a reminder, I will go ahead and take a look at the analytics, see if it seems like the bunnies are enjoying this game, and we'll decide if we want to continue next week or not. Thank you again for those that gave us feedback, and if you'd like to give feedback and you just haven't had a chance to, feel free to drop us a line on Discord. I always appreciate the assistance or interest. On that note, we'll be streaming tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're coming in with our very last stream of the current BTAU gladiatorial campaign. We're going to be playing with our super heavies and trying to wreck house and just have some fun. And before we start a brand new career with probably Rogue Tech, because it's been a while. We've done 2 BTAU campaigns prior, and we haven't played Rogue Tech in a while, and they've had some major updates, so kind of cool to see what that is all like. So on that note, obviously, we moved kind of late. We did start kind of late, but we also went kind of late, so thank you again for your patience. If you'd like to hang out until the end of the music, we'll go and give someone a nice raid. I had a total blast. I hope you did as well, and I can't wait to get into the next one with you. Have a wonderful, wonderful night.